Shalom everyone.
But I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
The Quran has mentioned if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their ears.
I really do think Jesus was crucified, and then he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God.
All right, hello everyone, and peace of Christ to all of you. Please, admins, don't talk until we ask you to talk. We are live on Rambo right now, and as you see, guys, it took us some time to be here with you because we were with the help of those brothers in Discord. We were trying to figure out how to use this program. This is the first time ever I use it, so it was a little bit confusing, and we are now ready to go. So today we will be in both in Ramble and we will be in Discord, and we will use Discord for those who don't let us say they are not able to join us in Ramble normally. And if you are a Muslim and you like to join us, you like to talk to us, please feel free. You can join into our event, and you will be invited. Just ask the admins. I'm trying to see how to find the chat here. Let us see, so we can look at what people are saying. I see only icons. All right, we have. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this program works. Until now, I didn't see the chat actually in the stage. Maybe there's no chat here. I'm not sure. Let us see. Where is the chat? I don't see the chat.
I tag you on the top right, CP.
In the top?
There's a 3 dots
in the top? I click to see attachment, and then there is?
Yes.
Inbox? No, I don't see chat still. Where in the top? This one here? Show chat. Okay, here we go. All right. Now I see it. All right, okay. Oof, man. What this Discord is something. Yeah, all right. Well, now at least people, they can join, but they will not be able to talk unless they ask to speak to us, and then we will unmute you, and you can be part of our conversation. So we invite all the Muslims. We just received actually an audio from a Muslim insulting his prophet, and he described him all kind of evil stuff. Shame on you. I mean, Prophet Muhammad was the best of mankind. But if he is willing to call us again and play the audio again, that would be fine for me. You know, they thought they can insult us, but actually everything he said, it was about Muhammad, not about us. Today, actually, I'm not going to speak about a certain topic. If somebody have a question for me, please feel free, and I will be happy to answer. And if you are a Muslim, you don't agree with us about, you know, about believing Islam to be false, well, you know, feel free. You can join us and you can challenge us, and we will be happy to hear you. Let us see if we have any questions. I hope my voice is coming in both sides, in Discord and in Rumble. You know, the Prophet Muhammad created Discord, right? Well, in fact, yeah, if you think about it, he have his own Discord. You know, like the guy, he hear voices, and this is what Discord is about. You go in a place and you hear 1,000 voices in the same time. First, you think you are crazy, then you think you are not, and then you start hearing a sound effect. They are funny and stupid. So obviously, Muhammad, he experienced Discord long time ago. And then, not to mention, he have more advanced Discord, like he was being squeezed. You know, you cannot squeeze somebody here. He was being squeezed by the angel 3 times, and still he could not get why he was being squeezed, and the angel kept saying to him, read. Yet he did not give him any book. So anyway, if we have any Muslim, please feel free. Let us, as long as we are talking about squeezing, that's a topic which is not, it's halal. It's halal to squeeze your friends. If you go here, when Muhammad, he went to the cave, I will put it in the screen. Let us see. We will wait for you in the screen. And we will see the following. The same hadith is speaking about Muhammad, he tried to commit suicide many times. And this is a clear evidence that he is, you know, he's suffering from mental illness. If we go here, know what's wrong with this website. It's my lucky day. The website is not working. Okay, let's see here. I'm trying to find different website. For some reason, this website is not working. Let us see again. I would use different browser. All right. Now the website is working. I hope the image of Mimi Hijab is not bothering you, especially when he is biting his lips. After Borat, he said to him, I have a phone book, have no contradiction. I know what's wrong with this website. It's working, but I cannot find the hadith. Very weird. Let us see. Let me put the screen in front of you to show you. For some reason, I found all the hadith I'm looking for except the one which I want to show on the screen. But here by mistake, actually, I got it through this one. And this is the first one appear in the search in the top. It says here, let us go up to the top. And look, they did not even translate the hadith. There's no translation for it. And this is the hadith about Allah. He come down every third part of the night to the lowest heaven, and he say, who is going to ask me, so I will give him, and who is the one asking for forgiveness, and I will forgive him. And this is the hadith which causing big problem for the Muslims, because if Allah, he goes down every day, regardless if it's every day or not, coming down between point A and point B, that means Allah is a physical being and he is moving inside his creation. And as you remember, the Muslims always claim that God cannot be inside his creation, because if he is, then he is the same as any creator. And this is the same hadith repeated here in English, as you see. And this is the same one Lily Dawah, she mentioned in her video, proving her stupidity. Let us see. I don't know why that hadith it could not come in my face, but if you remember Mohammed, he was squeezed 3 times, and each time the angel he squeezed him and he told him read, and Mohammed he says to him, I cannot read. Let me try, because this hadith actually is kind of funny and stupid. I remember once the Muslim, they decided to refute me, and they gathered like a bunch of them to make one video in the name of all of them, you know. And they said that the hadith is not talking about reading, he was talking about reciting. So the angel was saying to him, recite, and he said, I cannot recite. And that will make it more stupid, because anyone can recite, and he just did. I mean, he just said to you, recite, and you said, you repeat saying the word recite, so you can recite. This, you just repeated what he said. Let us see, where is the hadith here? Yeah, let us see this one. This one, I think we should find it. This alone, if you want to argue with a Muhammadan about it, is enough to prove Muhammad to be a false person. I think there is something wrong with this website today. No. I didn't see it. I mean, I even put the same exact word. Still, I cannot see. Let us see again. There is something wrong for sure with this website. That's never happened before. I mean, I know the hadith word by word, and I type it, still I don't find it. There is something wrong with their search engine. Yeah, there is something wrong, obviously. No way. Let us see. I will use an Arabic website and use Google Translation. What we can do. I will do one more try and see this one in the English to save us from. Okay. Yeah, here we are getting closer. Thank God. Okay. Well, we saw only part of the hadith. Let us read it. In this one here, it says, this is speaking supposedly the first time Muhammad he starts seeing visions or seeing things in front of his eyes. So he said here, and here you notice, by the way, how the story changed. In the hadith which we know, he came to him in the cave, he was praying and he was not asleep. But here it says that when he was asleep, he came to him. It was in the form of a true dream. So it was a dream, it was not real. But in the other story, it was real, and the guy, he squeezed him. And this is why you see Muhammad, he can't even repeat the same story, correctly twice. Because either this is a dream, or this is not. And then you will see that Muhammad, supposedly, after he is being squeezed, he came back to his wife and he said to her, cover me, cover me. And he was shaking, and even he slept and he made a noise. He snored like a camel, as the hadith says, not me. I'm not making fun. This is what it says. Here you notice here, the story changed. Remember the first one we showed you, it says in the dream, in the form of a dream. But here it says, he heard a sound from the sky, and he saw a chair. And on the chair, that was the angel, supposedly, which is very weird. I mean, that why the angel he have a throne? So here it says, Revelation narrated, while I was walking, I heard a voice from the sky, and raising my head, I saw an angel who had come to me in Hara, sitting on the throne between the heaven and the earth. I was a terror striking on that account, and came back to my family, and I said. Here you notice the story is different. There's no squeezing. They did not talk to him. He just saw the angel on the sky. Why the angel is appearing in the sky, and how the angel can appear, in the small town of Muhammad, yet nobody see him except Muhammad. Warp me, so they warped me, and the blessed and most exalted Allah sent down to you, who you shrouded, arise and deliver warning. So after he went home and he received, he was terrified and etc., he received inspiration from Allah, and Allah told him, get up and start warning those people. But you will notice here in the hadith, it says, even the Muslims, they are trying to make it look nicer. It says, and deflement mean idols. So Muhammad, obviously, in this hadith, and even in the Quran, because this is a verse in the Quran now, he was worshipping idols. So he is saying to him, get up, clean yourself, and stay away, and don't get close anymore to the pagan idols. So Muhammad, obviously, he was praying to the idols all the time. Let me see if we have anybody in Discord. Do we have any Muslim in Discord? Maybe we don't have any. All right. Looks like not any yet. Any Muslim would like to join us? If you are a Muslim, you like to join us, please let me know, and we will let you talk. Let me see the comment in Ramble. All right. Christian Prince debate the Jew who was denying Jesus in the chat. Well, a Jew, he can deny as he wish. But I say to him, I feel sorry for you. You are still waiting for the Messiah, as the Old Testament said, and he will come to Jerusalem in a donkey. And as I know right now, if somebody go inside Jerusalem with a donkey, the donkey will be taken by the police, and the person who enter with a donkey, he will pay fine. So if the Jews are still waiting for their Messiah to come in the top of a donkey, entering Jerusalem, well, they have to change the policy. You know, otherwise their Messiah is going to have a fine, and he's going to be arrested because he's not allowed to enter with donkey into Jerusalem, not even for tourism purpose. You know, so the Jews who they are waiting for the Messiah until now, based in the Old Testament, they are very weird. You know, even their book make fun of them. All right, let's see if we have any Muslim would like to speak to us. We have Mr. Rob. His name is Terror. Let us see if we can invite him. You want to join us, Mr. Rob? Mr. Terror, you want to join us? How we can let him talk? Let's see.
Hello.
All right, Rob. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very good. How are you, CP?
I'm fine. So you are a Muslim, right?
Yeah.
All right. What do you think about what we are saying about the Hadith? It says there's a verse in the Quran. It says, "Ayyuha al-mudaththir." You know, I don't know if you know it.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. So what rajis mean?
Rajis is referring to the idols, as the early Muslims explained.
All right.
So it's commanding Muhammad, alayhi afdal salati wassalam, to avoid the idols, essentially.
So he was not avoiding the idol before?
No, he was a polytheist, part of his people, and then Allah commanded him to stop worshipping the idols in conjunction to his message. The early Muslims didn't have a problem.
So how Allah he chose someone he is a polytheist to be his prophet? He is a polytheist until that moment.
Well, it's not impossible because, you know, there's verses in the Quran where it says, وَوَجَدَكَ ضَالًّا فَهَدَى. There's other prophets in the Quran, such as Yunus, who says, سُبْحَانَكَ رَبِّي إِنِّي كُنْتُ مِنَ الظَّالِمِينَ, and so on and so forth. You know, the early Muslims didn't have a problem with prophets being polytheists or sinners and whatnot. But the conjunction here is, as Ibn Taymiyyah said, for example, that Allah does not leave them upon misguidance and actually corrects them as they go. So, you know, it is not logically impossible for the Prophet to have not been a, you know, complete devout monotheist and have made mistakes throughout his prophethood.
I will go with you, but you know, isn't it the Quran says that the one who Allah misguide, no guidance for him? So who is the one who misguide Muhammad?
Yeah, this is in relation to Qadr. Essentially, how it works.
But who is the one who misguided Muhammad before this point and made him believe in the pagan gods?
Qadr, right? There's primary causation and there's secondary causation.
Okay,
so how this works is that in Allah's eternal knowledge, there's something called al-qalam. He wrote the decree of what will happen in the future, and this decree is based on what the actions of the people have done throughout the whole course of human history. Essentially, when Muhammad, for example, he committed polytheism, sins, and also the other prophets, so on and so forth. This was recorded in Lawh al-Mahfuz. And the Lawh al-Mahfuz is a record of all that will happen. And so, you know, Allah would be a primary cause for the guidance of misguidance. But this is in conjunction of the taysir, in which the secondary cause is committing sins and thus persisting on either guidance or misguidance.
Okay. So, but Lawh al-Mahfuz is not only about information is written there, it's about destiny, which means it's your God.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Information is
but why Allah he made a destiny for Muhammad to worship idols? What the point? Why he made him?
Understanding. So the Lawh al-Mahfuz, what it does is it records all eternal future events, right? So anything that Allah knows in his eternal knowledge that will happen, this is recorded in the Lawh. So it is not a causal force of events regarding the conjunction of what happened in earth. in the earth, right? So, for example, Allah in His eternal knowledge that
hold on, destiny. Destiny is not a record. Destiny is not a record only. It is your God. He decides for you, correct?
No. In Islam, see, there are four aspects of qadr. There's ilm, there is kitaba, and there's khalq, which is referring to the creation of the actions of the people. And then there's what is it? Ilm, kitaba, khalq, and mashi'a, will. Right.
Well, all of them actually. In fact, all of those is one thing. But the Muslim, they try to make philosophy out of it. But in the end of the day, it's one thing. It's one thing.
They're part of. No. Listen. So qadr is made of these four aspects. You can't like deny one of these aspects and be a Muslim, because that's becoming a qadari essentially. You know who the qadariya are, of course, right?
No, teach me. Go ahead.
Okay, the Qadariya are a sect of deviants according to traditionalist Islamic theology, which denied aspects of qadr. So, for example, they've denied the foreknowledge of Allah, that Allah knows all future events. And some of them denied the khalq of Allah, that Allah creates the actions. The Ash'ari, they also believe in occasionalism, in which Allah directly causes the action. And, so on and so forth. So these four aspects of qadr.
But how come they are wrong? They are right. Your God, Allah, do not know the future. Do He know?
I mean, yeah, that's a heretical view in Orthodox theology. But,
no, this is true. This is true. As an example, if we go in the Quran right now, if you remember in the chapter of Al-Anfal, it says Allah, He gave a certain number, like 100 of you can fight 1,000, correct?
Yeah, I know the verse.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is talking about relative taqdeer.
What relative? This is not relative. It says وَعَلِمَ وَالْآنَ عَلِمَ الآن.
Yeah, well, I'll explain it.
No problem. So now Allah, He just found out that you have a weakness. So now He abrogated the number. So if Allah, He knew, if He knew that you are weak, well, He will not ask you to fight 10 when you cannot fight 10. Yeah.
Yeah. So essentially this relates to relative taqdeer. What that means is that وَالْآنَ عَلِمَ is a relative to the environment of the people at the time, right? So it is not speaking of the taqdeer in His eternal knowledge. It is talking about relative taqdeer.
Is Allah knowledge is separated? Is Allah knowledge is separated? Like there's a stages of Allah knowledge?
No, there's as I said, there's absolute knowledge and there's relative knowledge. There's
so who is the one who decides this is not absolute knowledge? Is that because he failed to prove that he had knowledge? So now we try to justify.
It's not about whoever decides, right? Because right now what we have are relative events. Do you understand what relative events are?
Is when Allah He says 10 of you, like one of you can fight 10. Do Allah is that relative to?
Yeah, it's relative to the person who's fighting. It's not relative to the absolute.
No. Okay, hold on. Let us say it's relative to. Okay, let us go with this. I will go with you. So if I'm God and I say to you specifically by name, you can fight 10. But it is you, the same person. I say to you, but you know what? I just found out that you cannot fight 10, so one can fight 2. So I was speaking to the same people in the same time. This is the same event.
No, when you're so there's another verse in the Quran. This is the same. It's related to this. I'll explain it to you so it's much easier, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying on the apparent meaning. Someone might get the impression of that, right? However, if you look at the
so
verse,
you are a person who believes there's apparent. Are you from Batiniyin?
No, dude, there's a difference between batini.
Well, you are the one who says apparent. You are the one who says apparent.
No. You're talking about zahiris now. I don't know if you're conflating between zahiris and
there is
batini.
Zahiri and batini. So which one is you?
Yeah. So okay, this is not batiniya, my friend. Okay, this is not Sufi mysticism. But
you are the one who said to me, it appeared to you, it looked like this, but it means something else.
Okay, listen. The Quran, it says there's ayat that are muhkamat and mutashabihat, right?
So now we have to go to 0. It says Allah told us nobody can understand Allah. So now, but this is clear. This is about numbers. This is about the pure mathematics. One can fight 10.
Nobody's saying it's unclear. I'm saying that there's a theological implication in what you're saying, right? So either the implication is correct or it's wrong, because a verse in its apparent could lead to few possible meanings, right?
There's no other meaning.
The apparent of it is not necessarily what the first meaning.
What necessarily?
For example,
there's options now.
I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. Okay. Allahu khalqu kulli shay. Does that mean Allah creates Himself? If I tell you
Is
God
Allah
created everything,
okay?
is a thing
You
or
see,
not?
okay, just I will go with you. So, guys, just listen carefully what our friend here, Mr. Rob, said. Allahu khalaqa kulla shay, and he said, does that mean Allah created everything? Because he said Allah created everything. But look what you just said. You just confess now that your God Allah is a thing.
Yeah, Allah is a thing. Are you saying He's nothing?
No, no. Are you saying Allah is a thing?
No. Listen, dude. Listen, as a Christian, you believe God created everything. Is God a thing?
Listen,
or is He
listen.
nothing?
No, you as a Muslim, you're a Muslim. You're a Muslim. You said Allah.
Yeah, I
you did not
believe
say
Allah.
God. You said Allah. Allah created everything. Does that mean Allah created Himself? But you, by saying that,
That's a question for you, my friend. Listen,
no,
you're a
it's
Christian.
you use the word Allah. You use the word Allah.
Yeah, dude. It doesn't
Okay,
matter. Right?
so is Allah is Allah is a thing? Is Allah is a thing?
Yes, Allah is a thing. Do you believe Allah
that means
is
He's created. Well, He's a thing.
Okay,
because
so is God a thing?
Okay, hold on. If you are putting
No, Habibi, don't say hold on. Let's ask you a question.
No, let's stop here. Stop here. It is you who made Allah a thing. It is you who said Allah is just a.
You don't believe Allah is
my friend.
God,
it's you who said Allah is a thing, and when the Quran says Allah created everything, that means He created Allah too, because Allah is one of those things.
Allah too.
Yeah, isn't it there's a hadith that says that Allah created Himself from the sweat of the horses?
No, that's a mawdu hadith as far as I know.
I
But either way,
anything is embarrassing. Anything is embarrassing. It is mawdu. It is okay. No problem.
Right.
Okay, let us go back here.
Right,
let us focus on here. You know,
Ilmu hadith doesn't exist. Ilmu rijal is bullshit.
My friend, Ilmu hadith does not exist because Muslims, they play games. As an example, I can find you one hadith is mentioned by 1,000 scholars, it is sahih, and then the guy he comes and he says it's not sahih. So you play with it, you know, as much you want.
Yeah, exactly. It's a game.
So it's a game. You know? Thank you very much. So, but here in the Quran, we have a Quran, and now what you want to do? It says clearly that Allah, He says, one of you can fight 10. And if Allah, if Allah is God,
when it comes to understanding the Quran, you look at the earliest tafsir, right? That's how you have epistemic knowledge of how Muslims understood that verse in its historical context, right?
Okay.
If I take a verse in the Bible and I say, for example, God is stupid, He says X and Y, you know, He said make a poop sandwich in Ezekiel or blah blah blah, right? You know, you will say, "Oh, my friend, the Bible does not say that. The Bible not say that." Blah,
the Bible says that they are going to be cursed. They will be suffering, and they will go through horrible time. This is not about God making them eat. This is you will struggle. You will eat from anything. You will.
Okay. So now you're deviating from.
So the verse is so clear there. The verse, but my friend, you are trying to avoid the question. One can fight
friend,
10.
Not avoiding the question.
One can fight 10. There's no need for interpretation. So there's no need for interpretation. One can fight 10, either yes or no. And then when Allah He says, and you speak Arabic, and now and you speak Arabic, it says, الآن خفف الله عنكم وعلم. Do you know what alima mean?
Yeah, alima, yeah. And
okay, when he found out, now he found out.
Yeah, but I have to question what you mean by in relativeness, okay? Because when Allah has absolute knowledge, right, and He's talking about, for example, أنزل القرآن محدث, right? What does محدث mean? Muhdath means it is new relative to you. So the revelation is new relative to you, O Muhammad. For example, let's say Moses. Yeah, Habibi, CP.
All right.
Go with my example.
I'm listening.
طيب. Okay. So, for example, when God revealed the 10 Commandments to Moses on Mount Sinai, as you believe, right? Is this revelation muhdath or was it eternal? Is it relatively new to Moses or is it eternal with Allah? Eternal absolute knowledge with God, I mean, because you don't believe Allah is God.
What does have to do with this? What does have to do with this?
No, Habibi, answer the question.
Okay.
Is the revelation to Musa eternal or relative to Musa? تفضل.
I'm not God. I don't know. You see, God. He might. No, let me answer you. Maybe God. He decided at this time. Now He decided to say this. God do not need. Listen. You are being silly now. I'm not insulting you. You are saying that God, before He told. Listen. So God. Listen. You are saying to me that your God is very silly. he cannot speak to Moses in the moment, and he cannot
my
come.
God is still
Hold on.
My God,
let me finish my
to
topic. Let me finish my topic. Okay. So you are saying to me that God, before he spoke to Moses, he thought about it 10 million years, and then he wrote it in a book, and then Moses now is created 10 million years after, and now God, he opened his book, he says, oh, I said 10,000 years. This is a silly argument, work only in Islam. This is why you Muslims believe there is a tablet, and Allah, he wrote everything in the tablet, and now Allah read it from the tablet, so he can tell Moses what he wrote in the tablet, because he's not God. My God, he do not need a tablet. He can come with a command now. There's a command. God, he's saying now, have nothing to do with being eternal or not. The command now given to Moses. So I wasn't with God to say maybe he decided before, but what I know, that God said to Moses, I do not know that God thought about saying to Moses 10 billion years ago. You are fabricating things about God, because your God is not able to make a conditions or command in the moment. He have to think about it. He have to write it down. He have a notebook, it's called a tablet, and he put the tablet between the two eyes of the angel Israfil. And why? Because he don't want anyone to read from that tablet. Is that correct? Hello? What happened? He's gone? Where do you go? Where?
CP, one of your admins, he removed me.
Because you are making noise. You are making noise, like, let us speak in a mature way. So,
listen, CP, I was speaking in a mature way. But
you see, what you said goes for you. What you said goes for you, not for me, because it is your God who wrote everything in a book, and not only he created a pen, and he told the pen to write everything. Is that correct?
Yeah, CP, but you're avoiding the theological question. If you want to jump to like hadith to hadith to topic to topic, you can do that.
No, you are not answering.
I'm a busy man.
Does it say in Arabic? وَعَلِمَ tell the audience.
Did I ever deny it, CP? I read it to you, Habibi. CP, you're streaming on Rumble. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So everyone can go back to the stream and hear what I said, right? I said wa'alima. I recited the verse to you.
What alima mean? Translate for me the word alima.
And he knew. Very simple.
In the past, right?
Yes, but it's relative.
Okay, but alima now. Well, ana alima, not in the past now. Now.
No, you said it's in the past.
Okay, no. In the past, and there is the word. Okay, and there is the word al-ana. Al-ana at the moment. This is the past. It's in the past and the time of Muhammad, not now. Correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so in the time of Muhammad, does it say? Okay, listen, my friend. Does it say al-an? What al-an mean?
Al-an means now, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so Allah now Allah, he enlightened and he knows, he found out. So Allah now, he enlightened your task, and now he found out that you have a weakness. Do Allah knew that they have a weakness from before, or now he found out?
As I said, it's relative, so that's irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's not, because if they went back, they came back. Muhammad, he told them this. So listen. So if Allah, he knew that they have a weakness, do he know it in the morning or afternoon? So we go in the morning.
He knows it in his eternal knowledge, but what's actualized is the actual.
What kind of eternal knowledge change in the morning and the afternoon? So I go to war. They beat me up. I lied to them.
Don't
listen.
CP, why are you getting agitated?
I lied to my audience when I said to them, I'm a prophet. One of you can fight 10. They went there, they lost. They came back. I say, okay, now Allah, he knew that you have a weakness, and he lied in your task. So this is a clear evidence that Muhammad do not know, and his God do not know the future.
Answer the question. It's very simple, right? So do you know what eternal means? Because I asked you like 4 times, but you interrupted me, and it's pretty funny because you're dodging the question.
What, eternal?
Yeah, what does eternal mean?
Forever. Whatever ever mean.
Forever in the past, or forever in the future, or both?
Forever, as I know, when you say you will live for eternity, you have to have a point of a start.
No. CP, I didn't say everlasting. I said eternity. There's a difference between everlasting and eternity, right? What does eternal mean? Forever in the past and future, or both?
Eternal is a time. Always, it's about.
Eternity is not a time, CP. Eternity is not a
it's
time.
relative to a person, relative to the person.
No, CP. Eternity is not a time. Do you think eternity is a time? Is there a time called eternity?
Okay, you Muslims, you believe that Allah Himself is a time, isn't it true? Okay, you're laughing. Everybody will laugh at you in a second. Aren't you Muslims? Aren't you Muslims believe that Allah is the time?
CP, can you send me the book Sex and Allah? It's a very good book.
Is it true? Why are you trying to change topic? Is it true that your God Allah? Is it true? You see, you laugh at me when I said to you about the time. When you said to me, eternity is not a time. When you Muslims and your prophet, he says,
yes, that's correct.
Huh?
Eternity is not a time. I already said this.
Is Allah is eternal or not?
Yes, he is eternal. His essence is eternal.
Is he the time? Is he the time or not? Is he the time?
No, eternity is not a time.
No. Is Allah is the time?
Allah is the time. You mean the hadith where he says, "In Allah ad-dahr"? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm asking you, is Allah the time?
Allah is not the time itself as a concept. It is when it refers to "In Allah ad-dahr," it means that the dahr is between Allah. Right?
That's false. That's false. It says Allah is the time. Doesn't say it's mean.
But that's referring to the concept of time, right? So, when you look at the sky, there's the sun, the moon, the alteration of time. When someone looks at that, right, and he says God controls it, right? So the hadith
this is not about God control. My friend, you see how you Muslims, you fabricate things.
I'm trying to do sharh for the hadith. It's a very basic lesson. I'm your sheikh.
Listen.
I'm supposed to say hi, sheikh, okay? My name is Sheikh Rob.
Don't curse the time, for the time is Allah. Okay, so if Allah is the time, then how Allah is not created?
Well, because time is not a creation, it's a concept.
Time is not created? It's created?
No, it's not a creation. There's no tangible thing called time.
Okay, so why Allah, he says, one day for Allah is equal to 1,000 years for you?
Yeah, this is relative, absolute time. It's called Newtonian absolute time.
Okay, so it's relative. It's relative to Allah. That means Allah have time, correct? Is it a metaphorical thing or it's real?
Time is a concept. For example, when Allah says He created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and you even have God creating the heavens and earth in 6 days, doesn't necessarily mean 24-hour days, or is the time depending on the taqdeer that He has in that eternal sense.
So we are moving too fast from topic to topic. So now we will go and speak about 24 hours time. Yeah, it is 24. Yes, it's 24 hours. Yes, it is 20. Yes, it is 20. Listen.
See, child porn, CP.
What you said? What you said?
I said your name is CP. It means child porn, Habibi. You should know this.
Do you want me to insult your prophet?
Am I insulting my prophet?
Do you want me to insult your prophet? You're insulting me. Are you asking me to insult your prophet? Are you asking me? Are you in the corner? That's why you're insulting me now? CP is a child porn. Okay, let's talk about porn. Well, Muhammad is what? Is the moderate a porn master. Your prophet is the one who described the vagina of the women for you. See how listen. So now you start insulting me. I was speaking to you nice, and now because you are in the corner, you can't answer. Your God Allah is the time, and your prophet says Allah is the time. Same time you said to me that Allah, when He says 1,000 years is one day for Allah equal to 1,000 years, is not 24 hours. So your prophet was a liar, because your God Allah, Muhammad, he said when Allah He created the earth and the heaven, He created the dust in Saturday. Was that the day for Allah?
No, this is, I think this is what you're talking about is Hadith al-Turba, right? Hadith al-Turba. Yeah, Hadith al-Turba has been weakened by Bukhari himself, my friend. It's attributed to Ka'b, but not Muhammad.
So it is weak now?
Yeah, because the Ka'b al-Ahbar, that's Bukhari said.
Okay, but this is in Sahih Muslim, first of all. So
yeah, exactly.
All right.
You that,
so listen. So you Muslims, look, hold on. You see? So now, I am finding reference from your prophet in a Sahih Hadith, and now you make it weak. It's called Sahih Muslim. And
yeah,
then you
Sahih
say to
Muslim
me,
doesn't make everything in Sahih Muslim.
yeah, exactly. In Muslim, when the Muslim they say authentic book doesn't mean authentic, because Muslim they lie. So now because this hadith
Yeah, okay,
prove
so
that you are
everybody's a liar.
prove that
Even if there's
you see
in the Sanad as well,
you're a
it
prophet.
means-
Okay, so when the author he put this hadith in the
How about this?
authentic book.
So
Listen,
you can show
listen.
everyone you're not lying.
Okay, hold
You-
on,
you
hold
can-
on. Is it is
No,
is
you
the
can show everyone
hadith
that
is
you're
the
honest
is the
man.
hadith
Go to Google right now. CP, go to Google. Go to Google.
Adam, Mr. Google, listen. Is the hadith about your God when he created Adam? Adam, he told him, finish me before the sun. Adam, he told him. Adam, he told him. Listen. Adam, he told Allah, finish me before the sun set. Is that a true hadith or fake hadith?
Okay. To answer this question, everybody go to Google, type صحة حديث التربة. Yalla, go ahead and tell me.
Yalla, I have it in front of me. It says Sahih. I have it in front of me. It says in Sahih Muslim, and you are saying to me it's not Sahih.
Okay, guys, if you're watching Christian Prince right now, go type Hadith al-Turba. Go type Hadith al-Turba, see this guy is lying to you or not. Very simple.
Who is the one who is saying it's not Sahih? Abdul, like you?
No, Bukhari and a lot of muhaddithin.
Al-Bukhari, he said this is not Sahih. Al-Bukhari, he said this is not Sahih.
Yeah, he didn't.
Okay. Can you show us?
Yeah, I can show you. There you go.
Right,
I'll give you the. Do you want the source?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there you go. I'll give it to you. Hadith al-Turba. There you go. Where do you want me to send it to you? Yalla, min al-Tariq.
No, just type the hadith for me. The one it says is da'if, and I will search it.
There you go. Here's Islam QA. There's a lot of hadith. See, I can send you all the hadith independently and the sources, but I can just send you the thing.
No problem. You are giving me Islamic question and answer. You did not give me Al-Bukhari. You did not give me Al-Bukhari.
Al-Bukhari is there, yeah.
No, my friend. Give me Al-Bukhari. Give me Al-Bukhari. Give me Al-Bukhari.
Okay, here. I'll give you Al-Bukhari.
Give me Al-Bukhari. Okay.
Okay.
This website, sunnah.com, have Al-Bukhari. Give me the hadith it says from Al-Bukhari in sunnah.com. It says this hadith is da'if.
قال الإمام البخاري.
Don't tell me قال الإمام البخاري. Show me the book of Al-Bukhari saying what you are saying.
Tariq al-Kabir, volume 1, page 413.
Listen.
Go ahead.
No, give me.
I sent it to you. There. Where is it? Here.
Where you are giving me the... Oh, okay, hold on. All right. All right. Lord have mercy. Let us see. Where is the book? You see what you're just giving me? You know, you Muslims are like kids. It says here, An Abu Hurairah, etc. I opened the page you gave me, and here it says, تضعيف الحديث, etc. Al-Bukhari. Where? Okay, where Al-Bukhari he said? Nobody. I don't see it. Are you there? Where is the book of Al-Bukhari? Same here. It says it is Sahih according Imam Muslim, Ibn Habban, Ibn al-Arabi, Al-Anwar al-Kashafa, Al-Shaykh al-Albani. All of those, they say this is Sahih from the website you gave me. So look at this mad religion. The same stupid hadith. When they want, it is authentic. When they want, it's not authentic. The same website. The same website, they will say to you, some they say it is authentic and some they say it's not authentic. And this is why we Christian, we laugh at this religion, who they are not sure what is authentic and what is authentic, and then they say to us that Islam is a preserved. Because how that is a preservation for Islam if the most important teaching of Muhammad about how Allah created the earth and the heaven can be wrong and false and can be true and it can be wrong in the same time. Either it's authentic or it's not. Same time Muhammad, he says, my nation will not agree upon something is invalid. So how the majority agree upon it? Isn't it this is your book and this is the website you gave me? Al-Albani, he approved it. Ibn al-Arabi, he approved it. Sahih Muslim, he approved it. All those books, and this is the website. You are the one who gave it to us. This is why we laugh at Muhammad. And here you notice always, anything will make a statement, or the second we see like an embarrassment statement from Muhammad, the Muslim in the speed of light, they deny it. This way, you cannot give them any proof, of anything, because one he will say to you it is accepted, the other one he will say to you is not accepted, because Islam is messed up religion. But who cares what you say? What I have in front of me, it says Sahih, and even the website you gave me, those are the major scholars of Islam, they are saying Sahih. So this God, those Muslims are confused. Is day for Allah equal to 1,000 year, or it's equal to Saturday? Is it equal to 1,000 year, or it's equal to Sunday? And not only that, if you read the hadith carefully, you will see how stupid Muhammad is. Because what he just mentioned, in the Quran he says Allah created the earth and the heaven in 6 days. But if you count here the days he mentioned, you will notice that he start from Saturday. If you read with me carefully, this is Saturday. And then what is the last day? He finished the creation Friday. This is 7 days. But in the Quran it says Allah created the earth and the heaven in 6 days. He created the earth and the heaven and what is between them in 6 days. If we calculate it from Saturday to Friday, this is 7 days. And not only Friday, Friday afternoon. Not only Friday, Friday afternoon. And Allah, Adam, he spoke to Allah, he says, finish me before the sun set, O Allah. And this is in Ibn Kathir. And this is a Sahih hadith. When I asked him, when Adam, he said, oh, finish me, O Allah, before the sun set, he refused to answer. When we speak about Allah or commanding the Muslim to fight 1 to 10, he said this is relative. Who care? If Allah is God and he says one person, you will fight 1 billion, you will win. Because if God is with me, who could be against me? You are not going to win because of your power. But obviously, the Quran is proving to us that this is a shish kebab hummus. Muhammad, he saw a vision, and he told them before they go to war that the number of the enemy will be little. And this guy, if he call me back, he will quote the hadith for us, which will make Muhammad look so stupid. He told them, tomorrow when you go, you will find a few to fight you. They went there. They found a big number. And they came to him back to him and he says, hey, you told us there's going to be few. So everything he say, it turned to be wrong. He claimed to be a prophet, and now he's trying to fix it. Why Allah need to fix this if this is in the beginning written in the book of destiny? In the book of destiny, Allah, billion year ago, he wrote that one of you can fight 10. 100 can fight 1,000. Then in the book of destiny, few hours after, Allah, he wrote again, now Allah, he found a weakness for you, so he enlightened your task. That is hilarious. And how they explain that? They say to you, this is relative. This is what? This is relative. What relative? And the second you make them upset, they start saying to you, CP, does that mean it's child porn? Look who's talking about child porn. Their prophet, he have sex with a child, and the coward, he dare to call me child porn. I mean, aren't you ashamed even to open such a topic? Let us talk to the child porn then, as long as you mention this topic, trying to insult me. You brought insult to your prophet. When Jabir was coming home, Muhammad, he asked Jabir, hey Jabir, why you are in rush? Huh? He says, I got married. I said, get married? Ah. Did you get married from a child? so she can play with you and you can play with her, Mr. Child Porn? Mr. Child Porn, do you hear me? Jariya tula'ibuha? Your prophet is encouraging a man who is growing man. He just came with him from the fight, from the war, to go and fight a child, and then the guy, he says to him, well, you know what, my father, he died and he left me 7 children, they are orphans, so I choose to marry a woman instead of marrying a child like them. Correct? And look here, by the way, there is something very funny. Maybe Mr. Terror, he can join us if he did not run away. Here you see that Muhammad, he warned Muslim that no Muslim can back home. No Muslim can come back home unless at night. He have to send somebody before the night, and he don't go there. He tell his wife that I am coming home. They ask a sheikh, his name Al-Qaradawi, why he is doing that. Why? What is the point? He said, well, what if you came home and you find your wife, she have a boyfriend? Imagine you are coming home to town. You are not allowed at night. You are not allowed to go to the house, your house. The excuse of Muhammad, it says, read with me carefully. Then when we arrived, we were about to enter, he said, wait, so that we may enter by night, i.e. the evening, in order that the women with this disheveled hair may comb it, and the women those husband has been away may get herself ready for the husband enjoyment. It's a false excuse, and all the Muslim cleric agree that the reason for that, you don't want to go home and your wife should not know. Suddenly she know that you are out of town, and now you come back home, you open the door, you find a boyfriend with her. And what is the excuse? So she can comb her private part. Have you ever heard of a prophet like this before? And the same for the story of Mr. Jabir. Jabir, he have a bunch of orphans in his house, and Muhammad was encouraging him to have a child as a wife. And this guy, he called me, he said CP porn. CP mean child porn. You are very creative, my friend, but thank you for your insulting your prophet. Join us back if you dare. You are just a potato.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Speak normally, please, if you want to join us. There's no need to make those sounds. Go ahead.
If I do, you will run like a little coward.
This is Ultimate Ford. Hey, Ultimate Ford, how are you doing? How are you doing, Mr. Ultimate Ford? You are the one who says to me that you said the F-word to your prophet. What I want more from you? I mean, you are the best insulted, the person who insulted Muhammad.
Are you just trying to find a way to run away?
No, but is it true? Is it true? You said the F-word to your prophet?
I said the F-word to you. You know what I did.
You are giving me example. Don't use bad language. Listen, if you want, you see, I'm going to let you speak as an entertainment. I will let you speak as an entertainment. But if you use a bad language,
okay, but control yourself, though.
If you use a bad language, I will block you. So
I am not going to use a bad language.
You just you did. Already you did. You are filthy.
I said filthy. What did I say?
I heard you saying the filthy word. I'm not going to say it again.
No, I never said a word.
Okay, go ahead. Why you are calling me?
I'm calling you to debunk your lies. You be running away from me.
About what?
About man up for one time. List anything. Bring any subject, and I whoop you with it.
Let us go back to zero. You are the one who said you don't believe in hadith, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I told you before, what is the name of your prophet? What you told me?
The name of my prophet, Muhammad.
What is his father's name?
I don't care.
His name is I don't care?
I don't care about any names.
Okay.
Why would I care?
Okay. So how you know who's Muhammad?
Is he going to take me to Jannah?
Okay.
Is he going to take me to Jannah?
Hold on. No. Yes, he will go. He will take you to Jannah. Isn't it your prophet? He is going to intercede for you. Isn't it your prophet? He's going to intercede for you.
No. You're a liar.
Who's going?
Show me the verse.
Okay, hold on. Who is going to intercede for you?
I said, show me the verse where the prophet is going to be interceding.
I said, who is going to intercede for you?
I said, Allah said on the day of resurrection, He will choose some people that could be able to intercede for another group that He'll be choosing. He will be choosing the intercessors, and He'll be choosing us. Listen,
He will choose who? He will choose who?
What are you losing it for?
He will choose it, bro. He will choose who?
Control yourself, bro. Please.
Who is going to listen? You said Allah in the day of judgment, He will choose some people to intercede for you. Why?
Why? You go ask Allah, but you understand.
No. You see, you claim you are monotheist.
Can I answer your question now?
You claim. You answered me already. You said why? You said ask Allah. You answered me already. So I'm asking you.
I will give an answer though.
If you are a monotheist, if you are a monotheist,
I will give you a reasonable answer.
Okay.
I will give you a reasonable answer.
You answer
Bro,
me already.
what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? You seen your parents already.
Don't use bad language. But
so then
don't use bad language. Listen. Okay, listen.
Can you be civilized?
So you said Allah will choose some people. Why? You said to me, ask Allah.
Now, but I can give you. I said that's a question that you should be. If the why, it is in the Quran. Now the why, you don't ask somebody else why. You say, hey, there's a car accident.
Okay,
that's it.
But is it?
Why?
But is it? What does have to do with car accident? What does have to do with car accident? I'm asking you. If you Muslim believe in monotheism, if you believe in monotheism, you do not need a middleman. But now you just said that you believe that Allah will choose somebody to intercede for you. Who is the middleman who will intercede between you and God?
I couldn't even say what I had to say.
You're
said
not man enough. You said already.
No, I only said one part. I said, listen to you. Listen, you're losing it. I only said he will choose one group which can intercede, but he's going to choose another group. He will choose now the people that are supposed to be going to hell. He will hold some of them. This, you can only intercede. This, only those can intercede, and they can only intercede for these.
Intercede for who?
Not everyone. Your father might not be in there. Your father might be in hell.
Intercede to whom? You are giving me a statement. You did not give me the answer.
Let's go to the book. I got proof.
Who is the
Let's
one?
Go to the
they will intercede to whom?
What do you mean they intercede to who?
They will intercede to whom? You said to me they will intercede to a group. Who are they? Those group?
Allah will choose that group on that day.
So what do
you mean?
So why Allah will choose a group to intercede for other group? What does that mean?
It means simple.
There's
some good, beautiful. Let me answer your question. What are you afraid of, CP? I told you was the big man of Christianity.
Don't make it drama. You see, you're a kid. Each time I say something to you, you say, don't act like a kid. Don't act like a kid. Just give me the answer. Okay. So listen. So who is the group who will intercede to the other group? Go ahead. Don't ask me a question. Who is the group who will intercede to the other group?
Allah said, there is those that Allah called al-muqarrabun. They have worshipped Allah to the point that they deserve, they have been recognized. Those are close people to Allah. If you're among those, maybe Allah will choose among them. Listen,
what they will do? What they will do?
Be a man. Be a man. It's not a sentence.
You see, listen,
it's a comma.
I have no time for childish talk. We are having a conversation. Shut up, you donkey. Okay. Listen, either you speak like a man, or
now you're calling them.
So now I'm asking you.
Now you're calling them.
They will intercede. You will intercede to who? Give me the answer. How come they can intercede to somebody?
I am giving you an answer.
Okay, to who?
I have a comma.
All right.
When I say yesterday, when I was doing this, boom, you cut me off. Let me finish.
They will intercede to who? Don't give me a speech. They will intercede to who?
You're stealing your pens, CP. You're spoofing your pens right now.
Listen.
You know,
they will intercede,
right now,
Mr. You don't even have a pen. You remember when you opened your camera for me? You opened your camera for me. Your wall is a wall of a donkey. Even a pig, he will not live in such a room. So now listen to me. Give me the answer. Those group of people, they will intercede to who? You go around, you will not answer. Who will intercede to who? And how come they can intercede? They are close to Allah. What does that mean? All human beings are sinners. So if you believe in monotheism and you say only Allah, الشفاعة for Allah only, so how you say to me there's a group will intercede? Is it all to Allah or for a group?
Allah said only to Allah, except to those that whom I permitted give it to. Why are you carrying the verse, dummy?
Listen,
listen, but that what you do with the Bible, that you want to do with the Quran?
Open chapter 39.
Are you doing with the Quran?
Open chapter 39, verse number 40, and people will die laughing at you.
Okay, well, open. Hey, quote your verse, I quote my verse.
All
it's
right.
not complicated.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
read it.
Who they gonna laugh to?
Read it.
Okay. No, you read your verse. I'm not reading your verse. For you, pig.
What?
Pig. Right now, you just trying to figure out how to run.
You claim you
but
know.
If you run,
listen,
you got 100.
Here we go. The verse says all the intercession belong to Allah. Here we go. Chapter 39, verse number 44.
Of course, all belongs to him, and he give it to him. He will. You're gonna read that verse, are you?
So the authority. Okay, hold on. So your God, he intercede to who? Listen, guys. Allah, he intercede. Okay, Allah intercede to who? That means Allah have a God.
No, he does. Allah intercede. Upper is to Allah. It's not he intercede.
Allah,
it's
he
to
intercede
him.
to Allah.
No, he said all intercession is for me. I am the owner of the intercession, and I give it to whoever I want.
But that mean what? That mean he intercede for you.
No, is apparent. No, read. Do you understand English?
Okay, so now you are saying. Okay. Listen. All right, listen.
Am I going to give you an English class?
When Allah he intercede.
I said, am I going to give you an English class in front of 155 Christians?
Listen.
All intercession is to Allah. He owns it.
How he own it? Hold on. Okay, listen.
You're pooping your pants right now. That's what I do.
Either Allah is the only one who can judge, and there is no need for intercession. Either there's no need for intercession. Are you saying to me in Islam? Are you saying to me in Islam there is a middleman between God and man?
I said, just read chapter 20, verse 109.
I just gave you one. It says all intercession belongs to Allah.
I said, read chapter 20, verse 109, brother. I dare you.
214.
Because
to what? To what?
Chapter 20, verse 109. Okay. I dare you. Don't.
The day there is no intercession.
I'm advising you, brother.
The day there is no intercession will be accepted.
I said, read chapter 20, verse 109.
This is about the one he allowed, correct?
Okay. All right. Since you're not going to read it,
okay. Since you are going to read it, so Allah
read the verse.
Listen. So Allah will allow intercession. Allah will allow intercession for listen. So Allah will allow intercession for certain group. Is Muhammad between them?
Will be useless except for
is Muhammad
you see,
you remember, you idiot, when you called me. I said,
now look at you. Read the verse.
I said to
that's
you,
how freaking chicken you are.
We can't talk in
you want me, shut up. You shut up. Let me read the verse.
Let me talk. Hold on. I said to you, is your prophet will intercede for you? You said no. Now you said to me, verse 109. Now you said to me, yes.
Chapter 10, verse 3. Chapter 10, verse 3.
Who is the one who will intercede in this verse?
I said, Allah said on the day of resurrection, if you read the verse, chapter 10, verse 3. According to your will, the intercession will be only allowed to suffer some people.
Who? The innocent?
They can only benefit. Let me land. The Christian Prince. Why are you shitting your pants?
Shut up. You said the innocent. What innocent?
Listen. Let's read the verse. Let me read it. Okay?
What innocent? What innocent? What is the word coming from?
What?
You said innocent.
I said intercession.
In a session. Okay.
Enter.
All right. So, but you know, you are not listening. You are shouting. I said to you, who is the one is going to be allowed?
Because your dumbass wouldn't let me speak.
In the beginning,
I'm trying to
you see how this argument started?
I can speak over you, but I don't want to do that.
You are a child. I said to you, your prophet will intercede.
Who's the child that since I get here, you're stealing your pants right now. You feel like hanging up.
Shut up.
You can't hang up because I'm whooping the hell out of you.
Shut up. Your prophet will intercede for you.
I'm going to whoop you. Hey, Christians, you see him?
Said to me,
shame on you.
You said to me,
shame
no.
on you,
You said to me, no. Potato.
Shame on you.
You did lie when you refused.
You have 1 minute, 1 minute?
Shut up, coward. Listen. You said to me, your prophet
3 minutes,
will not intercede to you. Your prophet will not intercede.
Can you take 3 minutes and give me 1 minute?
You said your prophet will not intercede.
Can you take 3 minutes and give me 1 minute?
Now you are saying to me, your prophet will intercede. So why you argue about it if you agree at the end?
I never said the prophet. I said no verse said the prophet. Allah says.
So who is the best of the Muslims?
So who is the best of the Muslims? So who is the best of the Muslims?
Who is the best of the Muslims?
The best, we don't know. It could be Abraham. It could be Moses. So it could be Jesus. I don't know. So
okay, let us see if this is true. Hold on.
Wake up,
no. Here, you see, you are stupid because the Quran says that Allah, He believe or He said that Muhammad is the best of mankind.
The Quran never said that.
Are you sure?
I'm 1000%. Bring your lie.
Okay, you are in this Discord. If we show that in the screen, are you willing to open your camera and dance?
I said, yeah, of course. I tried to open my camera. It says since there is more than 100, more than 50 people, I cannot open my camera.
Okay, thank God.
I tried. I even didn't know that. He gave me a message. Since there are more than 50 people, you cannot have your camera on.
All right.
That's what he says.
So
just show me the. You said there is a verse in the Quran that says that Muhammad is the best of creation. You heard that? Guys,
all right.
You heard that? That's what he said, right? Go for it.
And you are.
Did he say that? Yes or no? No. Don't run now.
Okay.
Don't run. You know me? I whoop the hell out of you. Don't run. Did he say that? Yes or no? Okay. You said there is a verse in the Quran that says that Muhammad is a
Listen.
Did you say that? Yes or no?
I said that, and I will show it to you. I said, if I show that Muhammad is even equal to Allah, what you will do?
I said. Your challenge is, I will show you a verse where Allah says Muhammad is the best of creation. I'm waiting for
sure. He's equal to him. Isn't it the Quran says Muhammad? Isn't it the Quran says Muhammad is light like Allah?
That's what I do. I slap and pop. I whoop the hell out of you, see,
This is your prophet.
Bring the verse here.
This is your prophet.
I'm waiting. You're waiting here.
This is your prophet, son of
I can feel it.
Listen, here we go.
Here we go.
Read it. Chapter 33, verse number 46. Is it your prophet is equal to Allah and he is the light of the world? Shut up. Is it true?
Am I taking the stage for me? Is it Christians? Hey.
Shut up.
Let me finish it. Since the pig is gone.
Monkey, you're a monkey. Listen, the verse in front of you, you son of Muta, you asked me for the verse. The verse in front of you. Stop. You see, I don't like to talk to you because you are just a kid. Your prophet is light, the light of the world. And you are saying to me, there is no verse in the Quran says that he is the best of mankind, you donkey. Chapter 33, verse number 46. You keep shouting, jumping like a monkey in my lap. Either you speak like a man, or I will give you the last spank, as this one, and let you go. So read the verse now. And I apologize for me, donkey. And mute him, please. Read the verse. Where do you go? Monkey. Muhammad, according to Allah, is the light of the world. And the Quran said that Allah, the light of the world. And you are saying to me, according to the Quran, Muhammad is not the best of mankind? If there is any prophet beside Muhammad is described as the light of the world, or only Muhammad? Put him back, please. And please, admin, don't take somebody out without my permission. Come back, Potato. Did he hang up or himself or what? Is he gone? Admin, where is the boy? Maybe he's gone. Show me where in the Quran it says he is the best of mankind. Show me, you know, there's tons. Not only this is just the start.
My goodness.
Are you back? Hello?
So,
read the verse.
CP is gone. He ran.
Read the verse for me.
I don't know. Lisa, what's up?
Read the verse for me.
What's up, Lisa? Where is your CP? What are you running for?
Read the verse. Read the verse. Don't act like a kid.
I said, what CP ran, Lisa? What happened? Did I chase him out of his house?
We hear you.
You're not lying.
What happened? He lied. He said there is a verse in the Quran that says that Muhammad is the best of creation.
Okay, read it.
And I wanted him to bring the verse.
Okay.
And he ran.
Read it.
Because there's no such a verse.
Read it.
What are you lying for?
Read it.
That's all you want to listen to, lies?
Are you going to talk or what?
CP, come on up, dummy. Look at him downstairs, hiding. He's in the audience now.
What's happening with this guy?
Hey, CP, come on, man. Let's sing some Arabic here. Habibi, 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 Habibi. Nurayha, Saraha, Pitu, Haima.
Okay. Yes, you be.
The Christian Prince is in the audience. Christian Prince, if you're hearing me, can you see?
Sorry, I hear you, yeah?
Yeah. Can you see the wave hand and the chat?
Can I see what?
Yeah, if you click that and just click the speak on stage, and you should be in here.
Okay, so how we left the stage? Dismiss. All right.
You be
all right.
You be mute ultimate fart basically.
All right. Are you there, ultimate fart?
Everybody, thank you for being here. Still looking for CP.
Ultimate fart. You don't hear me, guys?
I'm looking for CP.
You don't hear me?
He's in the.
Well, I am here.
Sorry. Sister Lisa, can you invite Christian Prince on stage, please?
I am in the stage. I am in the stage.
Like, do they invite on stage?
Oh, yes.
I don't know how this works. All right. Is Ultimate Fart here?
Yes, it's yeah.
Okay, go Ultimate Fart. This the verse in the screen. Read it for us.
I'm trying to find the thing even. Where is it at? Okay.
Okay, read the verse.
Hold on, I gotta find the screen first. I don't want to click on the wrong. Okay, here.
Read for me, chapter 33, verse number 46.
Chapter 33, 46? 33, 46. Now you read it. 33, 46.
Okay.
You're on the screen, but I can read it from my book.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's such a verse, CP. You can lie.
Read it.
You are going to bring in the
Don't. If you want to act like a monkey, I will block you. Read it.
I know you will block me.
Read it. Read it so we can laugh. Read it. Your prophet is your God. Read the verse. I gave you the verse. Read the verse.
Repeat it again. 33 what? 46 you said?
Chapter 33, verse number 46.
Well, 46, yes. Okay.
Read it.
Their greeting of 46. Invite, chapter 33, 46. Invite in the name of Allah in accordance with His will. And a guiding beacon. What is it?
What guiding beacon?
Where does it say that He's the best of creation?
What guiding beacon? Does it say He's a lamp?
Where does it say he's the best of creation?
It says he's a lamp, he's a light. He's a light for the world. He is isn't your God in the Quran? He says he is the light of the world. Okay. So now Allah, if there is any prophet, he is the light. Shut up, son of Muta. If there is any light in Islam, if there is any prophet, he is the light of the world beside Allah, beside Muhammad. Allah.
No, the light is Allah said.
No, it says he is the light. It says he is the light. وَسِرَاجًا مُنِيرًا.
Yes, the Sirat and Muniran, not to Munir, was Sirat and Muniran. Why are you jumping the Sirat?
This donkey don't speak a single Arabic word, and he's teaching me
what
Arabic.
What is the Sirat you jumping for?
So listen, so is he the light?
Is he
the light?
Don't lie.
Shut up, you don't know Arabic, potato. People are laughing at you. So is he the light? Is he the light of the world?
What does Sirat mean?
What
does Sirat mean?
Shut up. Is he the light or not?
What does Sirat mean? Why are you jumping towards Sirat?
I'm the one who's asking you. You don't ask me.
Translate the word Sirat.
Read.
Why you jump towards Sirat?
Read it in translation. It says light.
You said was Sirat
and light. He is lamp and light. He is a lamp. He is a lamp, and he is a light.
I said no. The light is Makana Hadith and Yuftara.
What is that? Don't say stupid things. You do not know what you are saying. Listen, does it say okay in the front of everybody? Can we go and we see the son of Muta? You see, you are just a joker. You are a joker.
Okay.
Is the Quran saying Allah is the light of the world? Yes. Is the Quran saying Muhammad is the light of the world? Yes. If there is anyone beside Muhammad described in the Quran as the light of the world, no.
Where does it say the word in the verse?
It says in front of you.
Where does it say the light of the world?
So so Islam is not for the whole world now? Muhammad is not.
I said no.
Muhammad is not a prophet for the whole world.
No.
Son of Huda, are you saying to me Muhammad is not a messenger for the whole world? So you see how stupid you are. So Muhammad is the light. Shut up! Don't call me Christian Prince. You call me daddy as usual. Listen.
I said, you said you was going to bring a verse that says that Muhammad is the best of creation.
Yeah, this is what it's meant. He is the best of mankind. He is the best of mankind.
So you don't have to say that Muhammad is the best of creation.
He is equal to Allah.
So you was just lying, right?
He is equal
so
to Allah.
You are the Muhammad is the best of creation.
Shut up, you coward. So are you going to agree or not? That Muhammad
is this verse saying that Muhammad is the best of creation?
Yes, he is the lamp. He is the light. Allah is the light.
So if he's a light, as he's saying that a light is the best of creation?
For sure, because this is God.
You're dumb, man. Listen.
You're God. You're
a dummy, man.
I asked you if there is anyone beside Muhammad described. Listen, you see why I don't talk to you? You are just a potato. You try to escape the conversation. You are not a man. You are not an adult. You see? I just showed you in front of everybody.
I'm whooping the hell out of you.
Shut up. I just showed you that you are a donkey. You do not know your book. Because if Muhammad described to be the light of the universe, that means Muhammad is God.
Be a man?
Not only he is the best, not only he is the best of the creation, he is God in Islam. And you are a donkey. You shout too much, so nobody will hear what you are saying. But everybody can see that Muhammad, he just made himself equal to Allah. If we go to different verse in the Quran, we will find this. Look what Muhammad did. Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. This is your stupid Quran. Allah is the light.
You said,
shut up. Don't talk. I did not always talk.
You said, there's the first thing.
Shut up. Don't tell me you said I said. Listen, everybody will see and we will judge. Who cares what you say? In the Quran, in chapter 24, verse number 35 says, Allah is the light of the heaven and the earth. And he described himself with the same word, Siraj, Kamishkatin, Kamisbah. He is a lamp. He is a lamp. Allah is a lamp. Who else in the Quran is the lamp and the light? Muhammad. So chapter 24, verse number 35 says, Allah is the light and he is a lamp. And in the other chapter in the Quran, chapter 33, verse number 46, says Muhammad is a lamp spreading the light for the world. And you are challenging me, you donkey, to find someone And to prove to you that according to Quran, Muhammad is the best of mankind, in fact, he just made himself equal to God. If there is anyone in the Quran, described as light beside Muhammad, the answer is no. I will unmute you, and I want one answer from you. Either you get me busted, and you give me a proof that there is other people who they are light to, not only Muhammad, or you agree that Muhammad is the only one described as light, and that will solve the problem. Go ahead.
All right.
Speak. Is he the light or not? Don't talk too much.
I said,
is he the light or not? If there is anyone,
I said he's the light of the heavens and the earth.
Is he the light?
You said you put it the first. Listen now.
Listen.
Don't run now.
Give me the
You're
answer.
running.
Give me the answer. If there is anyone else beside Muhammad described like this in the Quran, yes or no? Yes or no?
If he's a light, he's a light. He's just a light.
This is another question.
Allah is the light of
this
the
is
heavens
another question.
and earth.
This is another question. If there is someone else in the Quran beside Allah and Muhammad described as light and lamp, yes or no?
The debate wasn't to bring a verse that said that he's a light.
Yes.
But the verse that says he's the best
the light is higher than the best of the creation, because this is Allah himself. So I'm asking you now, if there is someone in the Quran described in such a description, he is the light beside Muhammad. If there's anyone, is that Jesus? Is that Abu Musa? Is that Abraham? Is that no? So you are a donkey, and you have to admit that you are a potato. So I will give you a chance to admit and ask for forgiveness. So may I forgive you? Go ahead.
I said you're a coward. You're showing that you're a little coward.
So now, listen. So if there is anyone beside Muhammad is a light, yes or no? Just let him go. Just block him. He will not answer. As you see, Muhammad, he just made himself equal to his God. Allah is a light and he is a lamp. Muhammad is a light and is a lamp. There's no other two. And when I ask him about your prophet will intercede to you, he says no. What is the last name of your prophet? I don't care. Aren't you, how you will know who is Muhammad then? Well, I don't know. Why the Quran mention Isa is the son of Maryam? Why the Quran mention Abraham father name, but it's wrong? Why the Quran mention many names? How come in what's come to Muhammad, nobody knows who's this guy? Who is Muhammad? They shout too much. They make a drama. I spank you, ha 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 ha, you are a coward, but they will never let you talk. Any smart Muslim beside those two who joined us today and we had fun with them? What happened to the guy who speak Arabic, Ru'ab, terror? Where he go? I mean, do you see how evil Muhammad is? He made himself the light of the world. The guy do not even know how to write, how to read. The guy, he take a shower with dead dogs and women blood from period and dead dogs and garbage. Yet he is the light of the world. If this is the light of the world, so who is the darkness of the world? You tell me. Any Muhammadan? You will notice that all the Muslims, when they call, right away they will start making mockery, because they cannot have a conversation. They cannot have a civil conversation. And when we ask him about Allah, all the intercession belong to Allah, what does that mean? Either there is intercession or there is no intercession. If there is intercession, one verse in the Quran says there is no intercession. Other verse in the Quran says there is intercession. Same time, if you Muslim believe in monotheism and you claim that the Christians, when they, in your understanding of monotheism, that intercession is not right, so suddenly intercession is in the heart of Islam, it's in the Quran. When Muhammad he intercede to his mother, his God Allah refuse. How Muhammad can intercede for you? Do we have any Muhammad that would like to join us? So not only in the Quran it says Muhammad is the best of mankind. I mean, the whole Quran is designed for Muhammad. Isn't it the Quran says that Muhammad he have a special rules like marriage? He can marry as many as he wish. Muslim they can have only 4. Why? Isn't it the Quran says Muhammad he have the best of the booty? Why? Isn't it the Quran says that Muhammad he have no rule actually. He do not need witnesses. He do not need anything. A woman she can offer herself to the Prophet, and the Prophet he can if her immediately. Offer herself. This is not accepted to any Muslim. Only Muhammad. Why? And then the coward he says to me, nowhere in the Quran says Muhammad is the best of mankind. The whole Quran is designed for Muhammad. Why? Because Muhammad he is an idiot. He think he is the best of mankind, and the whole world exists to serve him. Allahu wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi. Allah and his angels they are praying on Muhammad. Why? Because Muhammad is the center of the universe. Allah and the angels and the believers and every follower of Muhammad pray on Muhammad. Why? Do we have any Muhammadan? Speak, ultimate part. You are back. Go ahead.
You got to unmute me so if you want me to speak. Speak when you got me muted.
Don't shout. Let us agree.
CP.
Let us agree. Let us agree. If you shout, no shouting. And when we talk, at least we can understand each other. And there's no need to make this mockery. Ha ha! I spank you. You know. Don't I talk like a kid? I'm not a kid. If you are a kid, then you go speak to kids. So go ahead and talk. If there is anyone beside Muhammad, is the light of the world. Yes or no? Go ahead.
It didn't say that. It said Siraj and Munir. He's a Siraj. He's not a Munir. He's a Siraj. He said Siraj and Munir. Why are you saying? What is a Siraj? What is a Munir?
Do you know Arabic?
Translate the verse. Translate the verse. Just translate Siraj and Munir.
No, I do not know Arabic. You know Arabic. Tell me what Siraj mean.
No. So why are you lying?
Tell me what Siraj mean.
You tell me.
So now you said to me, I want to talk. I give you the microphone to talk. You don't want to talk.
I want it to come from your mouth because you're the Arabic speaker.
So now I'm asking you. I translated already. I said mean lamp and light. Muniran, which mean produce light. He's a light. So he is a lamp and he is a light. So now I gave you my answer. Give me your answer. Don't tell me no. You talk. I give you the mic. When I give you the mic,
this is not okay. I'm talking now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the challenge was to bring a verse that says that Muhammad is the best of creation.
Exactly.
You brought a verse that might say that Muhammad is a light. Being a light is not saying that you're the best of creation.
Well, actually,
show me a verse. Let's say you don't have it. Let's turn this page. I forgive you. I spank you one time. Let's go to the next subject.
See how you stupid
you said in Allah.
So look what happened.
You said in Allah.
If there is anyone is a light beside Muhammad, you answer already. You said no. You are a donkey, and you talk about spanking me, you idiot. I mean, look how silly you are. I said don't make mockery, but you cannot speak like a man. You are just a kid, a teenage. So look at you. Muhammad is a light, and this is not a proof that he is the best of mankind. Is Abraham a light? Is Isa a light? Is Musa a light? Allah described himself by the word Siraj. He is a Siraj. He described himself as a light. It turned to be that Muhammad and Allah, they share the same thing. And the light is the nature of God according to Islam. He is light. So Muhammad is light. Muhammad is a lamp. Allah is a light. Allah is a lamp. And you are telling me I did not prove to you that Muhammad is the best of mankind? Actually, he is not the best of mankind. Based on this, he is not one of the mankind. He is God. Because he have the nature of Allah. By the way, Allah have a shin too. So both of them, they have shin. So you are a very silly person. But anyway, who can trust a person like you not to do mockery? You have to do mockery. Because this is the only way you make, you feel better about yourself. Show me a verse.
Christian Prince, can we turn the page, please?
No, we are not. We will not.
You don't have a verse saying that he's the best of creation.
No, we did. Let's so now there is no. We will not move on. You have to answer.
He's been a light.
Is Allah?
You said Allah is a light of the heavens and the earth. You show a verse that Muhammad is a light. Okay. Is the light being? Is the light? So how can you compare them? You said Allah said, you quoted the verse, Allah is a light of the heavens and the earth. Listen to you.
If Muhammad is a human, how he is the
light?
light?
If Muhammad is a light, listen, my TV has a light. I got light at home.
No.
What does it mean?
Don't mix things up.
Listen.
No, this is about light for the world. Light for the world. This is not about light for TV. Don't be silly. Don't be a
The word is not there. Show me. Show me the word world in the verse. Is the word in there? Is there art in there?
So if I show you now from the Quran that Allah
is there art in there?
So isn't it you who says to me, if you want to understand the Quran?
Did he say
shut up. Listen. So if I show you now
a verse word in there.
You can't you won't let me talk? You stupid. Oh, you see how stupid you are? You said to me, show me the verse. I go to talk. I noticed something about, with my respect to people in Africa, each time I speak to someone from this territory who live there, grow up there, they cannot let you talk. They will not even give you a chance to talk. They give you the question, they give you the answer, they give you the refutation, and they hang up on you before even you say hello. There is something in the culture. So either you are here for a conversation or you are just to talk yourself and nobody talk. The most stupidity you see, you heard them saying, well, my TV have a light. But is this what the verse is talking about? It's about being a light for the whole world. Yes, for the whole world. You says to me, where it says the whole world? It says for the believers. And who is the believer in Islam? In the whole world. Isn't you from Africa, you idiot? You are not part of the world now? I mean, do you see how stupid, how silly they are? Where it says where it says the whole world. If we ask them, if the question is the following, is Muhammad a universal prophet? They will say yes. Suddenly now Muhammad is not universal prophet. I feel sorry for the Muslims, really. They try to defend, and each time they try to defend the stupidity of the Quran, they come with silly answer. I have a flashlight now. I have a cigarette in my mouth. This is the light. But what does this have to do with what I'm saying, talking about? There's nobody described in the Quran as Muhammad described. Is Muhammad, according to the Quran, as the best of a creation in nature too? We are not even finished with the verses. Do we have any other Muslim? Someone he can speak as a man? Everything in the Quran is created for the sake of Muhammad. And now because this guy, he don't accept the hadith, so he think he can get away and says, oh, the Quran doesn't say that. In fact, the whole Quran is about this. Do we have any Muhammadan? Is my voice coming? Am I heard, guys? If there is any Muhammadan would like to join us, please feel free. Nobody? We have the Quran, we have the Hadith, but those, you know, those group of people, they spit at the Hadith because the Hadith make Muhammad look like a caracos, a clown. So they try to avoid the Hadith and they focus on the Quran, but the Quran is no better. The Quran is no better. Any Muhammadan? And you know, if you ask yourself, how Muhammad can be the light of the world if he himself is ignorant? The one who made the woman, she have a sperm coming from her backbone. The man who advised and command to have sex with the children. The man who command the man to beat his wife. Is that the light of the world? If this is the light of the world, so what the darkness is? Is it from the light of God that you beat your wife? Why, you married a donkey? If you beat your wife, that means your wife is a donkey and you are a donkey. Any Muhammadan? Nobody? Okay. Well, I mean, they are not really they cannot answer us. I will give him one more chance, you know. Maybe he can behave, you know. I send him invitation. Come, Ultimate Fort. We need some entertainment. All right. Do you hear me? I'm trying to mute him, but I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were trying to mute me. Not to unmute me.
So now, your prophet obviously is light, and he is not a human like us. Other things in the Quran, isn't it him? He have the best of the booty. Isn't it your prophet? He have more women than any Muslim. Isn't it your prophet? He have any woman she can offer herself to him. Is those things allowed to other Muslims? No. So your prophet, not only he is light, he is a pervert. And he favor himself upon all mankind because he made a special law for himself. Go ahead, I'm listening.
What do? You're mixing the Quran and the Sunnah and the Hadith.
No, not the Hadith. The best of the booty is in the Quran. The best of the booty is in the Quran, not in the Hadith. You're an ignorant.
Show me again another lie. Show me where he said that Muhammad get the best of the booty. That's what he said. Show me.
Okay.
It's another lie. You're just gonna lie. You're never gonna. There's no such a verse.
So you're a prophet.
Stop lying.
Okay, so you're a prophet.
I mean, do you even believe in Jesus as God? If Jesus is God, would he?
Don't change topic. Don't jump from place to place.
Show me a verse that says that Muhammad got the best of the booty.
Okay.
Show me.
So you asked me the same question about show me Muhammad is the best of mankind.
Muhammad is the best of creation. You couldn't.
Okay.
No, you showed me a verse that he's the Siraj and Munir.
Okay. So listen.
But not he's the best of creation.
Okay.
Now you said that he got the best of the booty. Again, another lie. Show me, please, CP.
All right.
You can't.
So okay.
You see, you just lost 20 people left. When I got you, 157 were here. Now it's 135. Because they're ashamed of you. They're ashamed. They don't know what to do.
And now if I show you what you will do.
Master, the big Christian prince, the mighty Christian prince is being whooped by ultimate truth, right and left. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Right.
That's what I do. I'm sorry, guys.
All right.
But that's what I do. I'm the ultimate truth, remember?
Yeah,
that's my name.
Ultimate truth, okay. So let us read in the Quran.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, his name is Christian Pig. Or Puritir, de la Puritir.
Are you, like, see, so you are insulting again, right? You don't want me to invite you again here? Read for me. And then you apologize like a donkey, like usual.
I said, see pig.
No, you said pig. Like your prophet, right?
CP, Christian pig.
Like your prophet, right? All right. Let us read this verse here and see how Muhammad became equal to Allah, the best of the booty. And know that out of all the booty you may acquire, 5th share assigned to Allah and to the messenger. Read it, Potato. Pig. I will call you by the name you call me. Go ahead. Read it.
Read which verse?
Read it. Chapter 8, verse number 41.
841. That's all you got to say. He's going to say that Muhammad has the best of the booty?
Yeah. Not only the best, all the booty. He made himself equal to Allah. Don't call me again.
841.
Just shut up, son of you know, you are a whore. You have no dignity. You call me to make a mockery. You do not know your book. Everybody is laughing at you. It says the best of the booty. Yes, not only the best of the booty, all the booty. Al-khumsu lillahi wa rasulih. You should know that if you have a bunch of thieves, when you steal, you should know that right away you take 1 to 5 to Allah Messenger, right away, immediately. And you said to me, show me, and you call me pig. Who is the pig? You are a pig and you are a cow. Read it.
Okay. 841 you said, right? So I'm guessing you are confused in booty and bounty. Not booty. Booty is S behind a woman. Okay?
Yeah, I'm talking about the booty. I'm talking about the booty of your prophet.
Are you confused booty and bounty?
Listen, just
booty is
just you're just a stupid idiot. Get him out of here. Get him out of here, this idiot. Don't come here again. That's it. Booty and booty in the booty. You think the women booty in the booty? Supposedly, let me teach you English. This is not the booty of the women. Well, no, I have other verse about the booty of the women. Do you want to see it? Here we go. Another hadith says, any believing women, a privilege for the prophet, booty. But this time is about us, real booty. Here we go. Any women, she offer her booty. Check your booty. You ask for the booty? Here we go. This is about the booty. Any believing women, and look, it says at large. Large booty. Any believing woman, she offer herself to the prophet, and it's a privilege only for the prophet. Read with me carefully. Not only the booty of money, even the booty as a butt. Here we go. And any believing woman who dictate herself to the prophet, only to thee. What only to thee? Change the translation. A privilege only to the prophet. And he said to me, show me in the Quran where it says the prophet, he's been favored in everything. Read carefully. Oh boy. Here it says, I mean, look at the translation, you know, unbelievable. Give me a second. Yeah, brother. Any woman, she offer herself to the prophet. Read with me, guys. Did it say a privilege? Huh? And any believing woman, like the wife of Ultimate Ford, she offer herself to the prophet so he can F her, not to marry her. It says to F her. A privilege for you only. Show me, Christian Prince, show me where in the Quran it says Prophet Muhammad have a privilege. The whole Quran is about privilege to Muhammad. Privilege only for Muhammad. This cannot work. A Muslim woman, she cannot offer herself to a Muslim man, no. But she can offer herself to Muhammad, sure. I mean, this guy is working so hard for Allah. He's tired all night. And he says to me, show me. If we count how many times my fingerprint is over your butt, we will have the map of Gogo there. But your favorite spank is the one that says U-turn. You keep coming back. Do you see it? And he said to me, show me where in the Quran it says Muhammad is. Where? The booty? Show me where the booty. The booty. Al-Maghanim. You know, like, we are not done. Not only the fifth of the booty, he have to have the best of it. And women offer themselves. The Muslim can have only 4 wives. The Prophet, he can have as many. A Muslim, he have to have witnesses for marriage. The Prophet do not need witnesses. The Prophet, the Muslim have to pay dowry. The Prophet don't have to pay dowry. When he had sex with Zainab, she said to him, where is your witnesses? Shouldn't we have witnesses for marriage? She said, Allah and Jibreel is my witnesses. Oh boy. All right. There's other verse actually in the Quran.
Hello, do you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, CP. So, in there are some Muslims and they want to talk, but there is one icon. It's hand wave icon, and when they press it, you can see their hand icon, and so you can invite them. And there is one guy, Abu Kassim, and I think you don't know about this icon, so you can watch this carefully. And if
I
somebody
see.
wants to
I'm going back. I wasn't watching the chat. I will see. He can do that again, so I can see him. I don't see it now.
yes, when you ask if anybody wants to talk, people press it and you can invite them. It's one of Abu Kassim wanted to talk. Now he don't press it, but before he wanted to talk.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to let you know about it. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If there is any Mohammedan who would like to join us. Do you see this verse in front of you? Yeah. We have tons of examples. The whole religion of Islam is about Muhammad. There's nothing about God in Islam. All of this Islam is just made for Muhammad. Okay, we have Mr. Muhammad here with us. Go ahead, Muhammad.
Okay. Hello, guys. How you doing?
I'm fine. Go ahead.
Great. So you are claiming that Islam is about Prophet Muhammad only, right?
Well, prove me wrong.
You are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Great. Are you Arab or not? First.
I don't know. What does have to do with the question?
Yeah. I want to talk to someone who's able to understand how it's not easy to understand the Quran without learning Arabic language.
So are you saying to me Allah he chose the wrong language? Because as long only those who know Arabic.
Don't assume something.
I'm not assuming. You just told me that.
Don't assume that.
You just told me that. You just Muhammad, you just told me this. You just told me if I do not know Arabic, I will not be able to understand the Quran.
Or correct your misunderstanding of what I said.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
What I'm saying, Quran revealed in Arabic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great. In order to understand Quran, I must understand Arabic, right?
I don't know. You see the guy before you, he's from I don't know which country, guys. He is from Africa. He don't speak a single Arabic word, and he claimed he knew the Quran more than those who speak Arabic. So how come you are saying the opposite? This guy, he said to me many times, I do not need to know Arabic, and nobody need to know Arabic, because Allah will guide us to know what the Quran is saying. That's what he said to me.
Okay, great. So you claim that the Quran. I don't want to talk about anyone's idea, what he claimed, okay, what he thinks. I'm just talking about your claim here. You said the Quran is all about Prophet Muhammad, right? Prove it.
Well, I'm showing the privilege of your Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad, he have 16 privilege. More than 9 of them is about his sex and money. So what the Quran is about? You know, when somebody he have a fight with his wife.
Claims, give me verses from the Quran.
Okay, can you have Muhammad? He have 13 wives. Can you have 13 wives yourself?
13 wives.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Do you believe that human beings are different in abilities?
So nobility is about how many women I sleep with?
No. Just I'm asking you a very simple question.
Well, nobility does not mean I go sleep around more. If I'm more noble, I will have one woman, a noble man. Okay, I will answer you. The more noble he is, the more he will be noble. Noble is not to be a womanizer, going around from a woman to a woman. We are not animals. So a noble man, he will love one woman and he will die with her. And a noble woman, she will love one man and she will die with him. So noble man is not a man. He keep jumping from house to house, from women to women. So if this is what make Muhammad noble, because he have more women, that is weird.
Okay. I'm just asking you a very simple question. I'm not talking about sexual ability. I'm talking ability in different. Are we all same, has the same ability, or someone could be stronger than the other?
Well, isn't it your prophet? He said that the best of you, the best of.
It doesn't have to do with the prophet. Very simple question.
Yeah, I believe that God, He created us equal. He did not create noble and blue blood and red blood.
And you believe that God gives some people the ability to understand His revelation, right? Or to be able to claim His revelation, right?
So I ask you, when you call me, my friend, when you call me, you said to me that I claim that Muhammad is the best of mankind, and now you are trying to me that Muhammad is the best of mankind because he understands the Quran.
He's the best of mankind. No one can, argue about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a very simple question. Do you believe in order to claim a revelation from God that requires a different ability from other human beings?
Okay, I will agree with you, but Muhammad don't have those things.
Why?
Okay, as an example, if I want to teach you how to clean yourself, should I jump in the sewage? And that will make me the cleanest or the best to teach you how to clean yourself?
Okay. Give me a proof.
Okay.
From Quran person.
Well, no, I will tell you. I have a friend. He was like in the village, not a friend actually. He's like an old man.
Should I consider Christian act as a Christianity religion, as is a Christianity? Of course not. I will be a stupid guy. I'm talking about Islam or Christianity itself as a religion.
Did I say a Christian guy? I said a guy in the village I know. He go to take a shower. He jump in water, have dead dogs and women blood from period, and then he tell me, "You are dirty, and I'm going to teach you how to clean." I laugh at him. What do you think about this story?
Okay, that is one of the most ridiculous conversation I would have. Why are you talking about someone's act? I'm talking about religion, not someone's act.
Because that one is your prophet.
That was your prophet. My prophet.
Your prophet, he jumped with the water, in water, he take a shower, with water have dead dogs, and you said this is ridiculous. Thank you very much.
Where is the proof? You just don't say claims. Give me a proof.
All right.
Yeah, that's right. That's great.
All right, this is the proof. Here we go. Let us read together. And remember, you are saying to me that Muhammad have the best qualification. Okay, well, let us see if this is true.
Just stick with the point that you said about cleanliness.
Okay.
And give me a proof.
Let us see. You said you know Arabic?
What do you think?
No, I'm asking. I want to be sure.
I think it's very obvious from my accent that I'm an Arab man.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know. I don't meet too many. I do not meet too many Arab. Yeah. Okay. So you speak Arabic? No problem. That's good. Okay. All right. Okay, great. Read for me this hadith then. And let us see how good you are Arabic. I will learn from you. And you are the one who said this is ridiculous. I agree with you.
This is ridiculous. I'm not talking about someone's act. I'm talking about give me a proof that the Prophet did that.
No, you said this action is ridiculous,
No, this, what you are doing, not with this action. I'm thinking about what.
So are you saying to me jumping in water, have dead dogs and one blood from period is not ridiculous?
Give me a proof first.
Okay. Now you will change your mind. You will say it's okay. Here we go. This is the hadith. This is the hadith. Okay.
You said one of my village.
Hold on. This is not the hadith actually. Hold on. Okay, hold on. There we go.
Take your time.
Okay, I will wait for you in Arabic until I find it in English because I have difficulty to find it in English, but I have it in Arabic.
It's in Arabic, yeah.
Okay, hold on.
It's a source of hadith, yeah.
Uh-huh. Read this hadith for me until I find it in English. Go ahead. Do you see my screen?
Verse 3. No, I didn't say it. Wait a minute.
Do you want to give you the hadith in the chat in Discord? Let me post a link for you.
In the chat in this channel.
Let me give it to you. Here we go. See the hadith, please, in the chat. I will post it for you.
Okay. I'm waiting for it. People talk a lot in this chat.
You see it? Are you in Rumble or Discord now watching the chat? All right. Translate to the people. Translate. Go ahead.
Let me first check how authentic this hadith is.
Okay. Okay. Translate. Okay.
Okay. What is okay?
Yeah, obviously this website in English have something wrong with it. We can't even find anything. You post anything, doesn't work. So as you see, it says there, translate, go ahead. And this is authentic, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think about your prophet taking shower with dead dogs and women blood from period? And garbage too.
Okay, what's the thought first?
Huh?
Okay, you need to understand. You need to understand something first.
You need to understand. Okay.
Okay. Let me explain something first.
Explain.
What is a bear? What is a bear?
I don't know. You tell me. What does that mean? You speak Arabic,
well,
supposedly.
right?
Huh?
Yeah, well, right? A bear is a well, right? Great. A well, it must have a source of water, right?
No.
No.
No. This is why you claim that you know Arabic. This is bi'ru bida'a. Bida'a is a word mean garbage. This is where they throw garbage because this is a dry well. This is a dry well where all.
Very simple question. What does bear mean in Arabic language?
Yes, it's a hole in the ground. Used to be a well, but now it's not, for all water from washing and cleaning. My friend, people in the desert, they will throw. People in the desert, they will throw dead dogs and women blood and garbage in the water they drink from. No, this is not the water they drink from. This is a sewage. So this is why it's called bida'a. Bida'a mean garbage. You claim that you know Arabic. So and that's why they are asking him.
First of all, why mute me before we continue? Why mute me?
I did not mute you.
You are jumping from a word to another. I'm just asking you a very simple question.
I answered you. This is not a well, as you think. If you read the rest of the hadith, it says he measured it. My friend, the well. Okay, how deep the well of the water will be?
Okay, great. The well have a limited water, or there is a source for a water?
This water is coming from the garbage, from in the old days there's a tunnel come from the houses, go to the lowest part of the town. My friend, does it say there that there is dead dogs? Does it say it's a water source, as you say? Okay, so it's a well, so the water is gathered. It's not a fountain, it's not a spring, it's a well. But in this well there's dead dogs, women blood from period, and stinking garbage. Administration. Okay.
Arabic dictionary to the people.
Huh?
Tell me a name for Arabic dictionary. Arabic dictionary. Arabic dictionary. Tell me a name for book of Arabic dictionary.
For what?
Arabic dictionary.
For what exactly dictionary?
Yeah, a dictionary. Arabic dictionary. I'm not talking to translate to another language. It's Arabic. If I want to know what does this word mean in Arabic, okay, I should go into Arabic dictionaries.
Which word? Which word?
This word, let me finish. What does this word in Arabic language mean according to Arab, not other languages?
I thought you are an Arab.
You are an Arab, right?
I thought you are an Arab. Now you are saying to me you need to go and check?
You are an Arab, right?
I'm asking you, aren't you the one who said to me you're an Arab?
Are you like the Arab in the previous time?
Listen,
You know, in
you said you know
are, right?
Arabic. You said to me it's obvious. Can't you tell from the
Not like
accent?
it. I'm
So
not-
now you
I'm
do not need. Okay, you can go to the dictionary, no problem. Go anywhere you want. Now give me the answer. You said to me this is a well of water. Okay, well of water. And now there's dead dogs. There's dead dogs, not one. Dead dogs, many dogs,
I'm asking you,
and they are dead.
why don't you want to answer this question?
What question? I asked you, read for me. You said to me, you told me you're an Arab. You told me it's obvious. You told me don't you see the accent? And now suddenly you don't want to talk. So you said this is a water well. My friend, you said this is a water well. All right. And now we have in the water well, we have dead dogs, women of blood from period, and garbage. And if it is normal, then why people they are asking him why you are doing that? If this is normal, why people are wondering what are you doing?
You are just try misconception something. I just tell you very simple question. I want to know what does better mean in Arabic.
I told you well.
Okay, let me correct your wrong information.
Oh, okay, go
well
on.
in Arabic language is we call it ayn. It's a new word for you, I think. I believe 100% it's a new word.
No, my friend,
What does
ayn.
ayn mean?
No, ayn means spring. Ayn means spring, not well.
Okay, that's why I'm telling you are not and 100% Arab. That's why I told you go to an
A second
Arab.
ago,
Again,
you wanted to teach me Arabic. A second after, you do not know Arabic. Isn't it you who was saying to me that I am an Arab, obviously? Can't you tell from my accent? Now you do not know. So ayn is very wrong what you said. Ayn, this is what the Quran says. The Quran says that Zulqarnain, he found the sun.
Let them know that you are Arab, but you are not 100% Arab. You don't know anything about Arabic language. That's why I'm
Exactly, right. This is why you just told me a second ago. You told me that I am right, you are wrong, and now I am the one who do not know Arabic.
I'm asking you a very simple question. I telling you that.
No, you said to me the word ayn mean well, but ayn mean a spring of water.
Okay, better. What is this?
Better mean
Arab,
well, well.
Arab. Yeah, great. What is the linguistical root of better?
Don't give me this garbage, my friend. Just give me the answer. It's a well of water, have dead dogs, women blood from period, and garbage. Give me the answer. And you will see the size of it. If you read the rest of the hadith, you will see the size. The guy he stood, it doesn't even touch his private part. Is very little water. It's very little water. It says here, I heard Abu Qutayba bin Sa'id. Okay, I asked. Okay, I'm reading the Google translation. Here it says that the water did not even touch his private part. It's very little water. Yet this little water have dead dogs, women blood from period, and garbage, stinking garbage. So what kind of a prophet? He is the noble man. He jumped in such a water. Go ahead. You told me that Mohammed is the best of the noble.
Okay. Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Without interrupting?
I'm listening.
Okay, great. Let me explain what you cannot explain to these people, claiming that you are Arab, understanding Arabic language, but you are not. Simply, first of all, be'r, according to the Arab, it's a source of water. That means it's the water underground, like enriching the well with the water continuously. Okay. First of all. Second of all, in Islam, we have something called wudu, and wudu different from ghusl, because you don't know Arabic language. Wudu is to wash your hand, wash your face, okay, wash your leg, wipe your head. This is wudu. Second wrong thing you are telling people.
Okay.
Third thing, in Islam, we have a rule that any water larger than two qullatayn. Do you know what is qulla?
No, I don't know. What qulla? Tell me.
I don't know. I cannot translate it to English. Can you translate it? You are Arab. Qulla.
No, I don't know. You are the one who is teaching me Arabic, and now you are going to translate for you. You tell me what this means. I don't know. I'm learning from you. I'm learning from you. Listen, I'm learning from you. Go ahead. All this speech you are giving me is useless, because simply, first of all, this is not a source of water. For this is a bid'ah. This is the well of garbage. This is why it is. This is why they are throwing garbage in it. This is why. Listen. This is why they are. This is why they are throwing. Where is the garbage throwing? Listen, where is the garbage thrown? Where is the garbage is throwing? It is in that well. Obviously, this is not a source of water. Those people in the desert, they don't have water everywhere, and water is a priceless. So nobody is going to throw water in the well of water where they drink. And Muhammad himself, if this is a water where people they drink, he will not jump in it. That will make it dirty. You don't jump in the water where people they drink, and this is not a spring of water. So if you claiming that this is a source of water and your prophet is jumping in it and doing a pollution there, that is stupid of him. If you are saying to me, if you are, yes, he is doing. Okay, hold on. Okay, who is inside the water? Who is inside the water now? There's dogs. There's blood. They're garbage.
Where he jumping?
Let us say he is not jumping, because here we go. Abu Jabir, listen here in the hadith, it says that Abu Dawood, he said, listen, the guy he walked and it did not touch the below his private part. So people they walk inside it. It's not deep. It's just a shallow, little tiny water. It says in the front of you in the page, the same page, he walked and did not even touch it's below his private part.
Again, you said he jumped into the water.
So he was what? How they are saying it did not touch his private part? How they are not saying it did not touch his private part if those people are not jumping in the water?
Why you are lying to them? Simply.
It's in the front of you.
Why didn't they? You are lying to them.
It's in the front of you. Friends,
what is it?
It says here. It says here. It says, okay. He said below the private part. How high the water? The most of the water. It's up high. Said if it is short. He said below the private part. Thank you very much. Translate.
Okay, where is he jump into the water?
Who was jumping then?
You said.
Who was the one? Who was the one is saying? Who is the one saying it doesn't touch his private part?
What does istaqi mean?
It says there he measure it, and the water does not touch his private part. The height in front of you.
That's great. You're just proving you are ignorant in Arabic. What does istaqi mean?
What?
What does yastaqi mean?
Yastaqi, they bring you water.
Okay, like I mean, that means he doesn't jump into water.
Well, there is different hadith. It says there is a different hadith. This is one of the hadith. Here they are bringing him water. In the other hadith, it says in the other. Okay, I can show you the other one. You want other one? Because we have tons of them. And you're a prophet. He have a habit to go and take ablution and do ablution in the water, even where it says even shit. Even shit. It says وَعُذْرُ النَّاسِ وَعُذْرُ النَّاسِ. So listen, وَعُذْرُ النَّاسِ. Here we go. This is different hadith. This is different hadith. Here we go. This is different hadith. This is different hadith. Here we go. It says even the shit and the garbage of the people. Read it. Do you see it? So what kind of a noble man? You said to me Muhammad is a noble man. Have you ever heard of a noble man? Have you ever heard of a noble man? He go and he do ablution. Ablution. Huh?
Where's the other hadith?
I just put it for you. Oh, let me post it for you in the chat. Hold on, give me a second.
You can send it directly to me.
Okay, hold on.
You're starting, yeah.
Here we go. I send it to you as a message.
And who is EX15? EX, he said, yeah, Jahil. Idiot.
You're talking to who?
No, not you.
How to leave now? This we send a message. We are here.
Send it to me.
I send it to you. I sent it to you already. But I wonder if we are still. Am I still in the stage, guys? Because I entered a message for him. I am out. Let us see. Maybe we need to close here. Okay. Am I still in the stage? People?
Yes, you are still on the stage.
Yeah.
Maybe.
How to get back? Because I send him a message. I see myself in the message with him, but I don't. Huh?
There's nothing come to me. There's no message here.
No, I sent it to you.
There's nothing. Well, literally nothing. Just this guy.
Okay.
15 minutes.
Close. Okay. Oh.
He's cursing. Coward.
You are talking to who?
Someone just texted me and he's cursing.
Block him. The one who cursed you.
I don't get on. He's idiot. He's coward. Simply.
I don't know how to use this program. How to go back, guys? Send me invitation again, Lisa, please.
You are still
But I don't know. Like I don't see. I sent him a message, and now I am in this message. I don't know how to close it. I see myself out. How this program work? I have no idea how to close this thing. Match one. Okay.
Maybe, and then you see that like a disconnect quietly or disconnect. You know, there's
Okay,
like
hold on. We go back to. All right. Okay, now I'm back. Here we go. All right. So my friend. Great. Okay. So now let me pause that. You said you did not see it. I sent you the message, but anyway, I will send it again.
Please.
All right. Let us make it simple. If there is a water, and this is a water where people they drink from, do you Muslims throw dead dogs in the water you drink from?
Okay, first of all, when Prophet Muhammad came to the people, they were Muslim or not Muslim?
Well, those obviously they are Muslims, all of them, don't you see? They are saying to him.
They were.
Okay.
They were a Muslim, right? But they still learning from the Prophet, right?
So they are learning how to clean themselves by using water which is having dead dogs?
Change the hadith.
Huh?
Don't change the hadith. Don't clean themselves.
I am not. I'm not. You said to me, you are saying to me that he is teaching them how to pray, right?
Okay, so
how to wash themselves. Okay, is it normal to wash yourself with water, have dead dogs and women blood from garbage? Guys, anyone knows another website? This website is messed up today. The search engine is not working. The English Arabic hadith. We want English Arabic hadith. Hadith Arabic English. Let us see, because this website is messed up. Each time I search for something, never come.
I search for Sunnah. SUNNAH.
I'm using Sunnah.com. It's not working. I search for the hadith. Never come. That's why I'm using the Arabic Google translation. I use Ilmu.com. It's not working. I think in the other day somebody gave me a website which is good for this, but I need to find out where.
When you read the hadith, find one of the scholars who is explaining the hadith. Don't use it alone, because you don't know all the narrations and how many hadiths narrated in this matter, and what is authentic and what's not authentic, and what about the
well, this is authentic. This is authentic. Let us not to play the game of authentic, not authentic. This is authentic, and this is why it's repeated in many places. Same time, I'm asking you a question. You said to me that your prophet. You said to me that your prophet is a nobleman. Your prophet is a nobleman. Is that the act of a nobleman to wash himself with water, have dead dogs, and women blood from period and garbage?
Huh? Have a proof.
Proof of what?
What is the proof?
What do you mean? I just gave you the hadith.
What is it? Hadith is not washing. You are lying.
He's doing ablution.
Where is the hadith?
I gave you the hadith. The whole hadith I gave it to you, so I gave it too.
It's taqa. I told you didn't say anything to me.
No, this is about bringing you water. They bring you water to wash yourself with. Are you saying to me he is drinking from it?
سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وهو يقول له أن يستقي لك من بئر بضاعة. Right? This one, right? What is evolution? You are lying. Yastaqi is to bring water from to drink from it.
Right? So he was not drinking. He was drinking what? Not he's not washing.
Yeah, great. So we need to understand what is bi'r.
No. Hold on. So your prophet, he drink from water, have dead dogs in it, and women blood from period, and garbage. And he's a nobleman. This is your explanation now.
No, that's not explanation.
You just said that. You just said to me, you're trying to teach me Arabic. You are trying to teach me Arabic, and you said, that this well, he is drinking from it. He's drinking from it, not washing. But this is like make it more horrible, because now he is drinking from water, have dead garbage and dead dogs and with blood from period. What's wrong with what kind of a nobleman he is?
Did you finish?
Yeah.
I'm still saying that you keep lying to the people. Why?
Okay. Let us see.
Finish. Do not interrupt. Let me finish.
Okay.
Explain. First of all, you need to understand the circumstances of the hadith. Should I cut something from it, contest, and say, look, what he's saying? Of course not. I'm misleading people. Okay.
Okay. I see. So what if I give you a proof? I have a friend, he can swear by Allah that the Prophet was doing ablution, not drinking. What you would do? He can call me right now, swear by Allah, he's a Muslim.
I don't care about anyone. He's saying I just need a proof.
So
I'm saying again, should I consider?
So now I want you to tell me, are you sure? So are you sure? Finally, are you sure? Okay. Okay, no problem. Listen, don't change topic. Listen, I'm asking you, are you sure that the Prophet was not washing himself with it? He was just drinking?
Give me a proof. I'm not sure.
I gave you the proof. You said to me, I'm ignorant. He's drinking.
There is no washing himself in the world. You are lying to the people, misleading them.
Well, here we go. This is the hadith, just to show everybody that you do not know Arabic. And you are the same as the rest of Muslims. You speak to Arabic word and you claim that you know Arabic. This is the hadith in front of me. And here, this is Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. And this is Sahih. And let me give you the hadith. Hold on. I will give it. No problem. I will give it to you. It says, Yatawadda. I will post it in the chat so you don't tell me I did not receive it. Here we go. Everybody can see it. And I have it now in the screen in Ramble. Read for me. Does it say Yatawadda or you drink? You do not know what yustaqa mean. Yustaqa does not mean he drink. You know, not it can be, but here it's obviously it's about doing ablution. So I came to the well of Bid'ah and I saw the Prophet of Allah doing ablution. All right. He was there. They are not to bring him the water. He is there. Do you see it? No, apologize for being fake Arab. You do not know Arabic.
I'm still, great. So you bring two hadith, right?
No, I did not. Right? I will not bring you to hadith. I will be good with it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. So is it true? So do you see don't you see the Muslims themselves? They are questioning what kind of a prophet he is. They are asking him, are you doing this? If this is normal, obviously nobody do that. He says the water is always clean. Nothing make it not clean. Nothing make it not clean. So they are talking about garbage. They are talking about women blood from period and dead dogs. And how in the world he is a noble man?
What do you know about this world?
Huh?
How deep it was? How much money does it have? How much water does it have?
How much water?
How large is it? How large was it?
It was small. The previous hadith shows to you. Did you read it? The guy, he measured with his dress. He measured with his dress, and he said it did not reach my private part. It's low. It's very little water. It's like the previous one, the one I just gave you before it.
All of them, nothing mentioned about the size of the well. You are lying too.
I said to you, it says there a private part. I said to you, it says there a private part.
I'm gonna read it again. سمعت
Okay.
رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وهو يقول له أن يستقي لك من بئر بضاعة وهي بئر يلقى فيها لحوم الكلاب والمحايض وعذر الناس فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الماء طهور لا يندس. Where is the side of the will of this hadith?
The previous one, the previous one, the one before it, the one before this one.
قال يا رسول الله.
My friend, here we go. Okay, okay. Give me a minute.
Mohammed. CP, you can share the screen. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you can share the screen, your screen.
No, the screen is not sharing really what I want. This, you know, I don't want. Yeah, let me give him the hadith again. Hold on. You are funny. All right. So he denied what I showed him just 2 minutes ago. First hadith, the first hadith. Can you read the first hadith I gave you? The first one.
Give me 2 hadith.
Okay, the first one. Read for me the first one.
The first one I read again. سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ويقول له أن يستقي لك من بئر بضاعة وهي بئر يلقى فيها لحوم الكلاب ومحايض وعذر الناس فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الماء طهور لا ينجس شيء.
Okay. Don't you see this? Don't you see this? Here we go. Let me copy the whole thing for you, just to show you that you do not know how to read. And here we go. Let me post it for you again in the chat. And everybody, here we go. Read it. Does it say did not arrive to his private part? And I will use Google translation. Here we go. For people who see it on my screen. Read it.
Let's search about it first.
This is the same hadith I gave you first time. Page number 18. Very number 1.
Just a minute. I want to search about it first. Right? I need to check it's authentic.
I will give you some time to read. I will just get some water, okay?
Yeah, go.
Take your time to read it. All right, I'm back. Sorry for that. I'm making some tea too. Okay, did you read it now, Mohammed?
Just give me a minute.
Okay. So did you see now? You said to me, it doesn't say that. It is. It's very small. The guy, he measured it with his address. It's in the size of a jacuzzi. So imagine it says dead dogs, not one dog. Huh?
Give me a minute, yeah. You don't have, just give me a minute. I just make sure of some stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm. Why is it taking you so long?
Because what you are mentioning, okay,
yeah,
we call it زيادة. We call it زيادة على الحديث.
Okay, but doesn't matter. But now we have description. Listen, my friend. So now we have description from your prophet companions about the size and the limit of the water. Yes, it is. It is. It is. Yeah, it is. Those are people living his time there. My friend, listen. So okay, no problem. Somebody, he came there 10,000 years after, no problem. But now, is it what it is? This is the Muslim describing how high the water is, how small it is. So now imagine we have a little water in the size of a jacuzzi, have all those crazy stuff, dead dogs, not one, dead dogs, women of blood from period, and garbage. Even it says an which mean the filth. The one that smells so bad is thrown in there. And I showed you, it says yatawadda, which means he is doing ablution there. You said to me your prophet is a noble man. Is that what a noble man does? He wash himself, he do ablution to meet Allah. Ablution is way more higher than a shower, because now you are preparing yourself to meet Allah, to be in the presence of Allah. So the prophet, he get ready to meet Allah by taking shower with dead dogs and women of blood from period, and he claimed that water is always pure, nothing make it impure. Is that correct statement?
Okay, did you finish?
Go ahead.
Okay, please don't interrupt me. If you don't interrupt me, I think we reach a blocked end. Okay?
If you are looking for a drama now, you are looking for a reason to leave.
No, not drama. I'm not ready for the leave.
All this time I'm giving you the time to, I gave you time to read it. I gave you the hadith, and again I give it to you again, and you call me names. You said to me you are lying. I did not get upset from you, and now you say now we reached the point of no return. That's it. You want to leave? Okay, you can leave. Who cares?
Okay, great. Did you finish? Let me speak now. Don't interrupt. I think like Jesus told you not to interrupt people when they ask.
Jesus told me that? No, I never heard of that from Jesus. No.
He told me to interrupt people.
No, he told me to interrupt people.
Interrupt people.
Great. Yeah, not only he told me that, he told me to get them busted. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, it's your religion. Anyway, so first of all, as I said before, you need to understand what does bi'r mean, okay, and how much the water was there.
What?
Let me finish. Just let me finish. Okay, how much water was there? How deep it was, how wide it was. Okay, in order to understand why he did that, first of all, you need to understand how was the Arab Peninsula in this time about the water, the crisis of water in their time. They don't have much water as we have right now. First of all. Second of all,
I see. And okay, let me help you. And dogs at that time, they are not dogs. They used to be angels. And women blood of that time, it was like smell like musk. And garbage at that time was recycled. So what are you talking about? I mean, at that time and this time, it is the dead dogs. It is women blood from period. It says even a netting, which means the stinky garbage, and netting.
You just make a claims without a proof. Let me explain.
I just gave it to you. Here we go. Let me show you another one. Let me show you another one. Let me show you another one. Does it say النتن? Does it say النتن? Here we go. This is the same. Hadith number 32. من النتن, which mean the disgusting, stinky water. النتن. Here we go. Don't tell me without a proof. Everything I just gave, I said to you, I have a proof for it. Here we go. This is the hadith. This is the hadith. Read it. It says, وهو يتوضأ من بئر بضاعة فقلت يا رسول الله تتوضأ منها وهي يلقى فيها ما يلقى من النتن. O Prophet of Allah, you are washing yourself in such a water and they throw in it a netin. Yes, doing ablution, washing for Allah, ablution, you call ablution. So ablution is even more scary because you have to put this water in your nose, in your mouth.
Okay, did you finish?
Don't you need to put this water in your mouth? The Muslim guy said to him, you do this, you O Prophet of Allah, you do this. أتتوضأ يا رسول الله.
He didn't teach you to interrupt the other speaker.
Yeah, Jesus told me. Yeah.
Willing to know, or just arguing?
Does it say what I am saying to you? The guy, he says to him, are you reading, O Messenger of Allah?
If you're gonna keep.
Are you reading, O Messenger of Allah? Doing this? Why the guy is saying that to him? He's a Muslim. He's calling him Messenger of Allah.
Yeah. Okay, great. He is teaching him, right?
He's teaching your prophet?
No, the prophet is teaching him because no,
the guy is asking him. He's a question. What are you doing? Read the hadith. He says, "أتتوضأ منها وهي ما يلقى فيها من النتن." So he is saying to him,
the point is, this guy is interrupting a lot. I know. I cannot explain it because you are not aware of the circumstances and how deep was the well and how much.
I just showed you how deep is the well. It doesn't touch your private part. I showed you the hadith.
If you are aware of this word.
I showed you the hadith. I showed you the hadith. It says,
we can say 2 barrels of water, it will never get any dirt.
If it's what?
By anything you go through it.
If it's what?
It depends about the amount. Anyway, he's trying to help people to not throw any dirt inside the well.
He did not say anything about, my friend. He did not say anything about not to throw. The garbage is already in it and he is taking a shower in it.
As I said before, as I will say again and again and again, the bear has a source of water.
No, there is no water there. This water is a dirty water, my friend.
Renewing.
This is not a running well. This is not a running spring. This is not a running. This is not a running spring.
The bear is like it's like a jacuzzi. Like a jacuzzi.
I feel sorry for you. You are trying.
Know that they were swimming in this bear too. You know that.
Where are they swimming? Show me. Where it says they are swimming. Go ahead. Show me. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Just mislead them.
What do you mean? What do you mean they are swimming?
Do you know that there is multiple hadiths mentioned that the people of Medina were swimming in a bear. What does bear mean? That's why I said to you, because you are misleading people.
Show me. Okay, so are you saying to me that the city of Medina are a bunch of trashy people? They jump in water, have dead dogs?
No.
Well, I just showed you the hadith. The hadith says it's 6 cubit size. The whole size of it is not even 6 cubit, and he measured it. He measured it with his dress. I showed you the hadith. He measured it with his dress. And the water did not reach his private part.
You are idiot because you don't know about the knowledge.
So your prophet is a nobleman. Let us continue with your prophet and nobleman. Do the nobleman go after children that are 6 years old?
Okay, mute me. Just keep mute me and make me not able to speak.
I did not mute you.
Really?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you mute me by your speech. You don't let me finish.
Well, I'm asking you. You said to me your prophet is noble. So we found that he took shower with dead dogs. What else? What else?
Okay, let me finish. Okay, let me help the other people.
Okay, help them.
Can I?
Sure.
Great. Bear, again, because you translating or misunderstanding. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Bear in Arabic refer to a spot of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no. Okay, and bear could be very large. It could be very small, right?
No.
Because it's an image of the people. Don't say no.
No. Be'er always small.
Really? Always small.
Always.
Always small. Great. That's great. That's great. So if it's small, are you gonna be able to swim in that small?
Well, you can walk in it because this is simply those people in the desert. They don't have, my friend. What is swim? This is a desert. This is a desert, my friend. This is a desert. And if you have, if you have water, as an example, in the city of Mecca, you have a spring of water. Do you call it be'er? Do you call it be'er? What is the name? What is the name of the spring of water in Mecca?
Zamzam.
Zamzam. Is that a well or this is a spring?
It's a well. بئر زمزم. كتسمى بئر زمزم, right?
But the water is coming from it automatically.
Wait. It's called بئر زمزم, right?
Is it a well?
Yeah. Do you know it's a well?
So how the water is coming out from it automatically? Above the ground.
I told you, you don't have knowledge about well. Don't have knowledge about Arabic. Are misleading people again and again. And I keep explaining that. By the way, I'm gonna mention something to you. You may understand. May Allah guide you anyway. So the point is, Be'er Zamzam, the spring of Zamzam, because you want to miss.
Is it well or a spring? Or is it a well or a spring?
Yeah, I'm just trying to go along with you.
No, is it a well or is it a well or a spring?
Let me finish. Okay, simple.
Okay.
The well, as I said before, has a source of water.
Okay.
And the people of Mecca used to call Be'er Zamzam. And Be'er Zamzam, very soon, very recently, they tried to clean it. They got divers. They dived inside it to clean it. They said there's some metals inside it. They dive
as I know, they are not Zamzam don't have even most water. They are bringing water from different places and they are pumping in it. They don't have. There's no water no more.
Really?
Oh,
really? Where is the proof?
Well, Muslims, when he was debating me, his name is Osama Abdullah. You can watch his video. And he said the Christian prince, he lie. The water of Zamzam is dry and they are pumping water in it. So you Muslims, the proof. So you Muslims, I don't know how to say to you. If I say to you, it is running, you say, no, it's dry. If I say to you, it's dry, you say to me, it's running.
You're alive. You are misleading people.
Oh, listen. Okay, listen. So listen. Okay, listen. How big is Zamzam? How big is Zamzam?
How big is Zamzam?
How big?
Have you seen it? Have you seen it before?
You are the one who said to me, people they swim in it.
They were diving in it. Yeah, I said.
Okay, that means you saw it. So how big it is?
I want you to imagine.
No, my imagination is not really that good.
It's very low.
Okay. Do you want me to show it to you? Do you want me to show it to you? It's a small. It's a small, tiny hole. Disgusting. You know, it looked like the hole of the devil. Here we go. This is Zamzam. This is Zamzam. This is Zamzam. I will put it for you on the screen. Here we go. This is Zamzam. This is Zamzam, my friend. My friend. This is Zamzam.
Use any insulting language, please.
This is Zamzam. This is Zamzam. I'm not using a bad language. I did not say anything wrong.
You said what did you say? What did you say?
Ugly hole.
You said dirty. Well,
it's right? Dirty. Look at it. Did you see it? Look at it. Disgusting.
I cannot see it.
Well, I go to Google right now and search. Go to Google right now and search, and you will see. It's a scary.
Yeah. Scary. Yeah, scary. There's a ghost inside it.
Yeah, what kind of, you told me they dive, you told me people dive in it? People, they dive inside this? People, they dive inside this hole? And where is the water? It's dry.
It's dry.
Yeah, look, the water is way down there. There's little water. There's no water. Where's the water?
Yeah. Now we are taking photos, like, as a proof, right? Because of the large.
Well, this is from you. This is from you, from your Muslim website. I did not go to Zamzam. I did not. I never been there. So I go to Google, and you Muslim post this, and then you are telling me, here we go. This is Zamzam. This is the top of it. Look at it.
Yeah. You know what is Miyah Jofia, right?
So how this is amazing, you know, this is Zamzam. Nice to meet you, Zamzam.
Something. Did it. Guess who something and you did it.
And they are digging more and more. They are digging more and more, you know, to make it look nicer. Like later they add concrete, and but in the old days, look, you know, it was very bad. This is Zamzam from the old days. Now they put concrete and they try to make it look nicer and cleaner, you know.
Okay. Anyway, I tell you something. I tell you something by the end.
Hold on, please. People in the chat. Hold on, Mohammed, hold on. People in the chat. Mohammed, listen. People. Wait. I want to speak to people in the chat. Wait. Listen. Anyone in the chat, he posts inappropriate image, we will block you. Don't post naked pictures, and don't spam. Don't keep repeating posting stupid pictures. So anyone will do that, the admin, they will give you a warning, and then they will block you. Don't post any stupid pictures. We will block you forever. This is a warning. You like to be blocked? You are welcome. We have no time for stupid, you know, here we are adult, we are not kids. You want to post naked pictures, you go to open your server and show all your customers what you have. All right, Mohammed. We go back to you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Why there is no Bible written in the time of Jesus?
Well, there's no Quran written in the time of Muhammad.
Okay, that's a lie.
Okay, so where is the Quran of Muhammad?
What's the Quran of Muhammad?
Yeah. If you open right,
what does that mean?
If you open right now the Quran, page number 8, it says this Quran is written according to the reciting of Hafs.
That's a lie. You know why? Because you are just. I tell you something. Physics existed before, you know, the
my friend.
Of physics,
give me the Quran. Okay, no problem. It's a lie. Give me the Quran of Muhammad. Go ahead.
We have how many narrations? We have 10 narrations. 10 Quran.
No. Don't give me the Quran of Muhammad. Don't. Why you are talking about narration if you have Quran? Narration means recitation. I want the Quran of Muhammad. Recitation is a voice of somebody reciting the Quran. At that time, if your prophet don't have recording machine, so people recite from. So I'm asking you now, did your prophet Muhammad write the Quran? Did your prophet Muhammad write the Quran?
Okay, I'm gonna answer it. After that, you can answer my question.
Sure. Okay.
Great. Very great. We have something we call it Kutab al-Wahy, the writer of revelation. And they were a lot. They were more than 12. Do you know that?
Don't change the topic. Where is the book? Give me the cheese. Where is the book of Muhammad?
Great. This is very amazing. So, if I, for example, memorize the Quran, I memorized the Quran when I was 12. Okay, and I was a group of people.
Okay, recite for me the Quran. Listen, you said to me you memorized the Quran at the age of 12. Can you recite for me the verse of stoning to death?
The verse of what?
Stoning to death.
I didn't get you.
Stoning to death. The verse of stoning fornicators to death. Can you give me the verse? Recite it.
No verse in the Quran talk about stoning to death.
That's false.
Bring it.
Are you saying to me that you? Are you saying to me?
I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna bring the verse that we call it nusikhat, right? You know what does nusikhat mean?
So now you are saying to me, you Muslims deleted. So you Muslims deleted the verse from the Quran.
It's not a verse in the Quran.
So why you took it off? Is it valid or not valid? Is it valid or not valid?
It is a verse. Proof it's a verse.
Where
is the proof?
So it was not a verse?
Prove it. You said it's a verse. Prove it.
Okay.
And again.
I want you to confirm to me. I want you to confirm to me. Please, listen. Confirm what you just said. Confirm what you just said. Is it really a verse or never was in the Quran? Never was in the Quran, or it was a verse in the Quran?
Great. So how the Quran transmitted to us.
This is not the question. I ask you a question, Muhammad. You aren't listening. I said, was the verse of stoning to death in the Quran? Was it a verse in the Quran or never was in the Quran? Was it in?
Why? Why you are jumping?
I'm not. Was the verse in the Quran or never was in the Quran? Because you failed to give me. You said to me, why there's no Bible in the time of Jesus? Why we need a Bible in the time of Jesus when Jesus, he is God. God is there. You do not need a book. You have God to ask him, to question him, to answer you. So you do not need a book. But your prophet is not God. So where is the book of Muhammad? Does not exist. Did Allah even say in the Quran that Muhammad is going to collect the book?
Did Allah say that? Okay. Anyway,
yeah. Did Allah command Muhammad? Did Allah command Muhammad? Did Allah command Muhammad to collect the Quran?
I'm gonna first answer the first question first because you do not let me answer it.
What first question?
First question: how we get the Quran? How we know it's a true Quran, right?
How you get the Quran? Okay.
Great. So I'm saying again, we have something. I know you don't have it in Christianity. Yeah, of course you don't have it. You're gonna envy. You're gonna be envy toward us simply because we have something. We call it what? We call it tawatur. Something it's impossible.
Tawatur. A second ago, I showed you the hadith. You said to me, I need to check if it's authentic or not. The guy before you, I show him the hadith. It was authentic according to Sahih Muslim. It is not authentic according to Sahih al-Bukhari. So how tawatur? What tawatur? Here we go. We have top Muslim scholars. One say this hadith is authentic. The other guy, he said this hadith is not authentic. So what mutawatir? Yeah, this is a joke. Each one of you, he have his own opinion in what is right and what's wrong, what is authentic, what is not authentic, and that goes for the Quran. As an example, if I ask you a second ago, I ask you again, is the verse of stoning to death in the Quran? You said to me no, and you claim that it never was in the Quran, correct?
Why are you angry? I ask you a very simple question. What is tawatur? You know what? Tell me.
I do not know. You tell me what tawatur mean.
I will tell you tawatur. Tawatur mean that we have a chain of narrations, right?
You have a chain of narration? Chain, you mean?
Let me finish. Chain.
Okay.
Yeah, chain of narration.
Okay. That's a good point.
Each level, we have more than 10 narrator. They never met each other.
That's deep.
They never meet, and they are narrating the same, same word. And the Quran, we have more than 250 million people. They are saying the Quran as the same way. They are doing Quran the same way.
I see.
Don't have in Christianity, like MVU.
Okay.
We have authenticated.
No, in fact, we have a 3 billion Christian. Listen. Let me answer you. Let me answer you first. Let me answer about what you said. We have 3 billions. We have the same Bible because simply we have the original copies coming all the way from the almost 60, 70 years after Jesus. Listen. We have according to scholars the most. Listen. You will not let me talk. You will not let me talk. You will not let me talk.
No. Actually, no. You're over talking him. Can you let him speak? Christian
You
Prince.
never let me speak. You're always interrupting.
Okay, listen. You answer me about your. Let me answer you about my book. You said I don't have the same.
Yeah, tell me you have the same or not.
So according to your Quran, just to show you that you are ignorant, even you are making fun of your God. Isn't it the Quran? Isn't it the Quran says that the Bible, which exists 600 years after Jesus, is authentic? And Abu Kassim, he can join us. Go ahead, Abu Kassim, so you can help your friend.
That's not true. Let me finish. I will tell you that you have 4 editions of.
Go ahead, Abu Kassim. Let Abu Kassim help you. Mohammed, take a break a little bit. Let Abu Kassim. Abu Kassim, what do you think? Is it true that the Quran says that the book we have is confirmed by Allah in the Quran? Abu Kassim, are you there? I don't know what happened to Abu Kassim. Then we go back to Muhammad. Go, Muhammad.
Okay, I tell you what happened to Abu Kassim. It's blindness.
No, I did not. I did not block him. I did not block him. Now read for me chapter 2, verse number 89. So listen. You are making fun. You are making fun of your Quran. You are saying to me that your God Allah, He sent messengers, and He could not protect His book because according to the Quran, the book, my book, is the book of Allah. So now you are making fun of Allah, and everybody is my witness. Allah is not God. Why? Because Allah could not protect His book. He could not. This is what he just said. Allah, He sent the Injil. And then this Injil, according to this Muhammadan, was corrupted. So who is responsible for protection of the Injil? It should be Allah. So the Muslim, they are saying to us, we have a God, His name is Allah. He sent 124,000 messenger with 124,000 book, and He was able to save only one. It's called the Quran. And later we found that the goat ate it. Go ahead, Muhammad.
Okay, just give me a minute. I will tell you something.
No, read the Quran for me. I give you a verse, my friend. Chapter 2, verse number 89. It says, confirming what is with them.
I want you to read it because I'm not do it memorize it with numbers. Read it for me, please.
I do not know how to read. I'm illiterate. Go ahead.
You are literate. Oh, I'm too. We are not playing here. We have very.
Well, I am illiterate. I am a prophet of Allah, and I do not know how to read. What's the problem? Go ahead, read it for me.
I don't know how to read like you. I'm a prophet too.
All right, that's good. Because in Islam, the prophet do not know how to read, but they can teach. Go ahead. So does it say in the Quran that Allah confirming the book is with us, and this is 600 years after Jesus? You said to me, we don't have that.
What is the verse, first of all?
Chapter 2, the chapter of the cow.
Great.
Ask any Hindu. He knew this chapter by heart. Any Hindu, he knew this chapter by heart.
You didn't answer my question yet.
No, answer. Does it say in chapter 2, verse number 89, that the book with us, not was with them, the book with us, the Torah and the Gospel is confirmed. Not only confirmed, it says believe in it.
Did you finish?
Yeah, you keep saying to me, did you finish? But you refuse to read. You refuse to read my evidence.
I'm not refusing because you're refusing to answer my question. Simply.
What your question? We are talking. You said to me that you have. You said to me that you have what we don't have. I asked you, where is the book of Muhammad? You told me we have many writers of the Wahi, but this is not the book of Muhammad. Those are writers. I'm asking you, where is the book of Allah? According to the Quran, is it for you Muslim to collect the Quran, or it is the duty of Allah?
Answered the question.
Is it the duty? Is it the duty of the Muslim to collect the Quran? My friend, focus with me. Is it the duty of the Muslims to collect the Quran, or the duty of Allah?
Okay, if I answer this question, you're gonna answer the question.
Sure.
I'm gonna say it
Sure.
before you interrupt.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
You have. I'm gonna say the question first. You have 4 editions of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and each edition is contradictory to the other in many of their statements. I want explanation of that. I'm gonna answer your question. You said that Allah said, "Inna nahnu nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafizun." We revealed the Quran and we're gonna save it. And it's normally because Allah created this world, and created the world, and He made a rules for it. Nothing go out this rules. Right? Let me finish. Don't interrupt, please.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Is it a question or a speech? The question should be short so I can answer. So you said to me, we have 4 gospels and they contradict. That's false. Not a single one of them contradict anyone. This is because of your ignorance. This is because of your ignorance. Same time, hold on. According to your God, and I'm showing you a verse and you are refusing to read, chapter 2, verse number 89, it confirmed the 4 gospels which was between our hands in the time of the Christians, in the time of Muhammad. This is 600 years after Muhammad, not 6 years after Jesus, not 60 years after Jesus. This is 600 years after Jesus. The Quran confirmed our book. So are you accusing your God to make a false statement confirming a book which is a false book? Because this is what we have since then and before. The 4 gospels and the Quran confirm what is with us, including the gospel and the Torah. Read for me chapter 2, verse number 89, please.
Chapter 2, let me just open the book for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. can you give me a permission to share? I'm gonna share the translation to the people.
Go ahead. No problem.
Give me the permission to share.
Go ahead. You can read it or you can share your screen if you want, if you know how to do it.
Yeah, I wish it would be better to share my screen.
I need to give you permission from my side.
Yeah, I will get you even a translation for that.
How we can give him permission to guys? I don't know how to do it. Just make a screenshot and put it in the screen in the chat.
Okay, sure. So you said verse number?
My friend, chapter 2, verse number 89. And there is no need for all this drama. I have it already. I can give you the link. Here we go. I will post the link. This is from your Muslim. This is your Muslim website. This is your Muslim website. I will give it to you. Here we go. No need for all this drama. Open it and read it. Okay.
Chapter 2, number 89?
89.
89.
The Hindu chapter, verse 89.
Okay, chapter 2, Surah Al-Baqarah, right? Great. Number 89. Yeah, 89. 89. Just give me about to read it. About to finish. Okay. 89. Great. Yeah, ولما جاءهم كتاب من عند الله, right? Yeah. First of all, should I cut this verse from the context of it and say what he's talking about, or should I tell you the whole story?
There's a story. Does it say confirm what is with them? Does it say confirm?
And we gave Moses the book وقفينا من بعده برسل, and we sent after him prophets وأتينا عيسى ابن مريم البينات, and we gave عيسى ابن مريم البينات, which is a verse, وأيدناه بروح القدس, and we made the Holy Spirit with him as a support. أفكلما جاءكم, talks to the people of Judaism. أفكلما جاءكم رسول بما لا تهوى أنفسكم, every time a prophet come to you and you don't like it, استكبرتم, you become an ignorant. Okay, فريقا كذبتم وفريقا تقتلون.
Okay, are you going to read the whole chapter for me? Who cares? I mean, all the verses after, all the verses after have nothing to do with my. Does it say it confirm the book with us? Does it say it confirm both? It confirm the Torah, it confirm the gospel. Does it say that?
No, that doesn't talk about gospel at all. You are lying to people. ما لا تهوى أنفسكم استكبرتم ففريقا كذبتم وفريقا.
What do you mean? Read. Okay, read the verse. And when come to them, between two brackets, the Jews, a book, and supposedly this is the Quran from Allah, confirming what is with them. Confirming what is with them.
Shut your mouth for a second. Shut your mouth for a second and let Mohammed speak. Thank you.
I'm telling him the verses. وقفينا من بعد ففريقا كذبتم, and you killed some prophets and you just lied another prophet. وقالوا قلوبنا.
Who care about this now? We're not talking about the Jews now. We are talking about, do Allah confirm what is with us, yes or no?
Now
I don't care what the Jews are. I don't care if the Jews now they accept or they refuse a messenger of Allah. Listen.
Like a monkey.
Listen.
Why?
I don't care. Why? I don't care if you.
Why don't you care now? Why don't you care now?
Because you are trying to divert the topic. You are trying to divert the topic. Either does it say confirming what is with them? Who care what the Jews are doing now? You are going to explain to me what the Jews doing now? The Jews, they did the right thing. They refused Muhammad, and I agree with them. So now, listen. Does it say confirming the book with them?
Why you used a book or a verse is not proving your point, because you want to lie to the people. Simply.
How is not proving my point? It says confirming our book.
Because you cut the verse from the context of it.
What? There's no context. Okay. What the context? It says confirming what is with them. It says confirming what is with them. Confirming what is with them. And even in your Muslim translation it says Torah and Injil. So how I am misleading? How I'm lying?
Because you are lying. I'm telling you.
Okay. Listen. How I am lying? Does it say? Does it say confirming the books with them? Does it say that?
Again, if I take any word of you out of context,
how you can take this out of context? Are you saying to me? Are you saying to me, Allah, He says, confirming their book, confirming the book is with us, but He mean the yellow pages?
Asking you what is the previous verses to this ayah, to this verse.
I don't care. You can read the holy chapter. Still, it says confirming what is with them.
It's proof you are a liar.
No, can you confirm to me the opposite? It says confirming what is with them. What is with them? Not it was with them. Not what was with them. Not what was 600 years with them. It says confirm now what is with them.
You have to use your mind. Stop lying.
Don't talk about using mind. You are a person who believe that my friend. Listen, if you want to talk about using your mind, then you are going to explain to us how in the world you accept that your God Allah, He sent the Torah and He sent the gospel, and yet He could not protect them.
No,
you are not accusing me. In fact, a Muslim, if he is smart, he will not say this statement, because when you say this statement, you are accusing your God that He could not protect His book. This is what you are saying. You are saying to me that Allah, He sent the Injil to Isa and He sent the Torah to Moses, but we the Christians, we are more powerful and we were able to corrupt Allah's book, and the poor Allah, He have to write a new book, and then He sent it to Muhammad. You are making fun of your God, not my God. We don't believe in Allah. We don't believe in this verse at all. But the funny is that you Muslim, you deny what is written in your book. And not only this, I can show you.
We already reached a blocked way.
I can show you tons of verses. Not only this, not only this, like chapter 2, verse number 91. Look how many verses. It's all over. Chapter 2, verse number 91. It says the same. We confirm what is with them. Believe in what is with them. This is what you Quran. Read carefully.
Give me the chapter and the verse, and I'm gonna show you are a liar again.
The same chapter 2, verse number 91. We are still in the Hindu chapter of the cow, verse number 291. Chapter 2, verse number 89. We have English, chapter 2, verse 101. All of them saying the same, confirming what is with them. Look how many. Chapter of the cow. This is only in the chapter of the cow alone. We have at least 3 verses saying confirming what is with them. You're a prophet confirming what is with us. Do you see it?
CP, sorry to interrupt. Maybe you would like to talk to Abu Kassim instead, and he can take a break for now.
Okay, let us take Abu Kassim. Go, Abu Kassim.
Abu Kassim, you can unmute yourself. Oopsie daisies.
He's gone with the wind.
Typical.
It's okay. Yeah. I mean, look, guys, look at this. Those Mohammedan, they are making fun of their God. They tell us that Allah is the one who sent Isa. Like, hold on, Zakir Naik is joining. Yeah. Zakir Naik calling himself. Get them prince. First of all, Allah, He sent the gospel to Isa. And then He sent the Torah to Musa. No, Zakir, no. He sent first the Torah to Moses, and then He sent the gospel to Isa. Exactly. But you said the opposite. Get them prince. I did not say the opposite. You said Allah, He sent the gospel to Isa, and then He sent the Torah to Moses. You Muslims always are backward. You are your prophet. You count the name of Isaac before the name of Abraham. Listen carefully. Isaac came after Abraham, not before. So listen carefully. It says here that Allah sent the Torah and the gospel, and He confirmed what we have with us. Is it true? Get them print. First of all, I'm going to train you to tell me one verse in the Quran. It said that confirm what with them. Look, it's in front of you, Abdul. Chapter of the cow, the Hindu. Ask every Hindu this chapter. They love it. Chapter 2, verse 101. Chapter 2, verse number 89. Many of them, it says confirming what is with them. Get them print. First of all, it said confirm what is with them. He's talking about the iPad. What? Talking Prophet Muhammad prophesying about iPad. Abdul, what iPad? At that time there's iPad. Christian Prince, I told you prophesying. He's prophesying. Are you stupid or what? He's prophesying about the future. Listen, this is not about iPad, because at that time they don't have iPad with them. He's talking about their book, even your translation saying Torah and Gospel. Christian Prince. At that time, the iPad, it would be called Torah. What? At that time, listen to me carefully. In the time of the Prophet Muhammad, the first iPad was called Torah. The first iPad was called Torah. Exactly. Because the one who made it is a very Jewish man. He's what? He's a Jew. The one who made the first iPad in the time of Prophet Muhammad was a Jew. And this is why they call it Torah. Exactly. And now there is that. There is Torah number 1 and Torah number 2. And now they have Torah 14. Unbelievable. Are you talking about iPhone, iPhone 14, 13? What are you talking about? So we show them the verse. It says, confirming what is with them. They say it doesn't say that, CP. It's in front of you. It doesn't say that, CP. You are lying, CP. You are taking it out of context, CP. It's confirming what is with them. It's not what is with you. It's what is with them. So we are the one who possess the book. Do we have Zakir Naik in the field? Any Muhammadan? And in the same time, when a Muslim he speak against our book, saying that our book is corrupt, don't defend, laugh at him, tell him, oh, okay, so you are saying to me, your God Allah, he sent the book and he could not protect this book. How stupid this religion is. How in the world I can trust God who sent the book to me, but he could not protect the book so I can read it today? What is my fault? Because Allah is a potato. Anyone can change his book. I have many books. I challenge you to change them. I have copyright over them. You cannot. If I am a human and you cannot change my book, how you can change the book of God? Obviously, this God is a potato. At his time, there's no copyright. And this is how silly when a Muslim he says to us that your book is changed. Where is the book of Jesus? Why Jesus he will write a book? He's God on earth. Why he need to write a book? He is the word of God himself. He is the walking, talking, living word of God. But when your God Muhammad, he claimed that his God sent him a book, and then we find that the goat ate it. You ask them about what is so-called abrogation. Any verse is missing, they say it's abrogated. The fact it is deleted. What abrogated? Why you wanna delete? They say to you, it's abrogated by recitation, but not by following. So you have to follow it. So what is the wisdom of deleting the verse from the Quran?
Why are you lying about the goat?
What?
Why are you lying about the goat?
Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the hadith says that the goat ate the Quran.
No, there is no hadith.
You want to challenge me?
Yes.
All right. And if this is what it says, what you will do?
I will, I don't know. Show me.
Okay. You why you are laughing? If you were laugh like this,
hurry up and show it.
Huh?
Hurry up and show it.
Okay. Are you laughing at the Quran or laughing at your prophet?
I'm laughing at you.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. This is the hadith, and I will post the link for you. And you can use Google Translation if you do not know how to read Arabic. Do you know Arabic?
No.
No problem. Open the link. I just posted in the chat. And I will use Google Translation from my side. and this is a Sahih Hadith.
I mean, this Google Translate. What are you talking about?
You have to read the Hadith. You can use Google Translation. This is not an excuse. Here we go. It says that in the time when the Prophet died, Aisha speaking, we were busy with his death, and then a goat, may Allah bless her, she came inside the room of the Prophet, and she ate the verses of stoning to death and the breastfeeding for adult.
I mean, I don't know where you get this from.
I got it from my garbage. That's none of your business. You said to me, give it to me. Exactly. This is the garbage. The garbage is Muslim books. Exactly. Thank you very much, because this is your books. This is Sahih. This is Ibn Majah, one of the 6 Sahih Hadith books. So you are confirming this is a book of garbage. Thank you very much. Variant number 1, page number 262, Hadith number 1944. And you said to me, show it to me, and I did.
Show it to me in Sunnah.com.
Sunnah.com is not working. I cannot find anything today. The search engine is not working. Yeah, but we show this hadith. We show this hadith in Sunnah.com 1,000 times. We show this hadith in Sunnah.com 1,000 times.
So show it to me right now.
It's not working. From the beginning today, I look for anything. It's not working. I told you can ask people here. Yeah, you know, don't be stupid with me. This is Sunnah Ibn Majah, Abdul. This is Sunnah Ibn Majah. It exists in Sunnah.com. You'll find it. Go find it. Go
this
find
guy
it.
said, this guy wrote in chat, child marriage is good. I don't know if you want to debate this guy. This guy supports pedophilia.
We don't want to change topic now. He is trying to change topic. Let us focus on this. This is Sunnah Ibn Majah. Okay, go to Sunnah.com and find me the hadith. No problem.
It's not there. It doesn't exist.
No, it exists. Here we go. This is your Muslim website. This is Sunnah Ibn Majah, hadith number. This is the number there in the screen. 1944, page number 626. Everybody can see it. And I post the link again. Here we go. I post the link. Yeah. So don't tell me no, we cannot find it. This is your business. You cannot find it, you know.
What are you talking about? Show it to me in English.
None of my business if you are an idiot, you do not know your religion, God language. How you pray to your God in Arabic, but you do not know Arabic?
It doesn't matter.
Huh?
It doesn't matter if we don't know.
So, no, it matters. Here we go. Now you are saying to me, show it to me in English.
That's who? Because you're lying. It doesn't exist.
How it's not exist? I just gave it to you from your Muslim website. I have the hadith number. I have the page, and this is your Muslim website.
This is a Zakir book?
Yeah, this is Ibn Majah.
So show it to me in Sunnah.com.
What?
It's a big book. Zakir.
What?
Show it to me in Sunnah.com.
My friend, I just did prove it for you.
You did?
Yeah, I did. I gave you the reference. What do you want me to do more? What I should do more than Abdul's? Give it to me. Prove it to me. Can you prove it to me? You cannot prove it to me. I accept it only from Sunan.com. Bravetino, what the heck is that, man? What we can do to those people? And here we go. Somebody actually posted in the chat. Here we go. Thank you. I don't know. Look like people, they were able to find it. I could not. Here we go. It says, great is Hassan, Sunnah Ibn Majah 1944. The verse of his stoning and breastfeeding adult 10 times was revealed, and the paper was with me.
Give me the link.
Under my pillow. Do you see it? Do you see it? They posted for you in the chat. They posted for you in the chat. They post for you a screenshot from the Sunnah.com.
Okay, I see it.
Okay, so you said I'm lying. Apologize first for accusing me falsely of lying.
I mean, you didn't show it to me. The chat did.
No, I show it to you. I show you the original one because this is in Arabic. This is not in English. But because you don't know.
I told you to show it to me in
Okay, so now what we will do, look carefully. So did the goat eat your Quran? And why you were laughing? Are you laughing at your God? Why you laugh? Why you laugh? Why you are laughing now? You are insulting your God again.
Let me read it.
My friend,
Let me read it.
My friend, you are not being nice to Islam. You are not disrespecting Prophet Muhammad. He's dead now. He's dead.
You want me to read the hadith or not?
No problem. He's dead, but now the goat in the top of him.
Let's go.
And she flipped him and she started reading the Quran. Read it. Go ahead.
Can I read it?
Yeah, go.
It was narrated by Aisha.
No, that's not this one. We're talking about the verse of a breastfeeding, my friend. What Aisha?
And of breastfeeding an adult 7 times was revealed. The paper was with me under my pillow. When the messenger of Allah died, we were preoccupied by his death. And a tame sheep came in and ate it. These verses were abrogated in recitation, but not in ruling. And now we have the website. Thank you for the one who found it. Exactly.
Yeah. So what do you do now? Your book is it preserved in the belly of the goat?
Allah sent the sheep.
Is that a holy goat or?
He sent the sheep. Yeah, he sent.
Allah, he sent the sheep?
They were abrogated. It says they were abrogated.
Abrogated in the belly of the goat because we don't have it no more. What do you mean abrogated?
Exactly.
It says it's not there no more. It says a breastfeeding for adult. Have you ever heard of a religion? Their God, he teach women, adult women, to give their breast to adult man. Is that God? Is it?
Yeah,
what?
That's mine.
This is your God, huh?
My religion. Yeah.
So are you married?
That's none of your business.
Like, no, I want to know because you said, yeah, you are proud of it. So maybe somebody want to go to your house and your wife, she will give him her breast. Because you have no problem with it. You are laughing. You are laughing.
Come on, man. Be serious.
Are you making fun of your God? This is serious. It is your God himself in his office. He went to his office. He said, today, what I'm going to do to Muslims, what the gift I will give them, let them have fun. So decide to order Muslim women. They are very conservative. They wear hijab, but in the same time, we need to play. So he now command them to nurse men 10 different times until they are satisfied.
So you want to move on, right?
Move on where?
You want to move from the goat, right?
Do you want to change topic?
No, you're going. You're changing.
I'm not changing. I'm talking about the goat. The goat eating the Quran and the goat here. You see? Do you see? It says a breastfeeding. It's there. I'm not adding story. This is the story.
Exactly.
The goat, my friend. This goat is very elective. It's not like selective. Let us say. She don't eat any verses. She go in the Quran. She flipped the Quran with her tongue. Yeah, she flipped the Quran with her tongue, and and then she starts reading, and she liked this verse because she got jealous. The Muslim women, they are competing with her. She thought she is the only one who is do breastfeeding.
Come on.
What?
You're exaggerating.
No, this is what it says. Okay, explain to me what kind of God he commanded women to give her breast to adult man. Explain to me.
It's abrogated. What don't you understand?
No, it's not abrogated. Show me the verse about abrogation.
It says right there.
No, it says abrogated by 5 times. It was 10 times. Now it's 5.
Yeah, these verses were
okay, but give me the verse of 5 times. Go ahead. Now we have a bigger problem. We cannot find the 5 times. We cannot find the 10 times because this is for adult. Show me a verse in the Quran. It says that now you don't do 10 times. You do it 5 times. And look at this, guys. What kind of God? I mean, what difference was going to make? So what are you saying to me? Your God, he thought about it. 10 times is too much. Huh? The man, he is so man. Let me make it 5. I mean, what kind of religion this religion is? If Allah, he said the women she have to give her boobs.
It's not confirmed. What are you talking about?
It is confirmed. It says Hassan. Hassan mean good.
No, it's not.
One of the names of your prophet. Your prophet grandson. Your prophet grandson. His name is Hassan. Hassan mean good. Hassan mean good.
Can I talk?
This is a good hadith.
Can I talk?
Yeah. Does it say good? Does it say this hadith is good?
Man, can I talk? What's going on?
You are talking.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So you're saying it's 5 times? That's not confirmed. That's just in other hadith. But 100%, these are abrogated. stoning and adult 10
Show me where it's abrogated. Give me the answer for that. I challenge you. You know what? I will shave my beard. I shave my 25-foot beard. If you can't find me a verse abrogating the stoning to death.
It's right there.
Where?
It's right there.
No, here it says no. This is here. Okay, listen, my friend. You don't even know what you're talking about. It says these verses were abrogated in recitation. Listen, you are not reading. In recitation, but not ruling. Not ruling. So Muslims have to follow it still. They have to follow it. Okay, so why? Since the goat ate it, we cannot recite it no more. It's missing. Exactly. So it's how the Quran is preserved. What do you mean exactly? You cannot even recite the verses for me. How the Quran is preserved if you Muslim do not know where is the verses are or what you know. And you know, do you think really the goat ate only 2 verses? Is it possible that the goat, she went in the Quran and have you ever heard of a goat eating 2 verses only? She would eat the whole book.
And this is the sunnah right there.
Yeah. No, this is what they are remembering because God knows what, you know, this is what Aisha, she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Aisha, when your prophet, he died, she was 18. She was a kid.
So?
Okay, this is what you remember. And where? Okay, show me the abrogation verses. How we have to follow them. It says abrogated. Abrogated mean we should not follow it. But no, it says abrogated in recitation, but not in ruling. So okay, where is the ruling? Where we can find the ruling? We cannot find the ruling because if there is no verses, there is no ruling.
There is the ruling. It's saying that right there.
No, this is where, my friend, where is the ruling? The ruling have to come from Allah, not from Aisha.
What are you talking? It's in Sharia. We get Sharia from
Aisha
Sunnah
is Sharia now. Aisha is the prophet.
We get it from both Sunnah and Quran.
My friend, your prophet, he received from Allah. Allah gave him verses. The Muslim, they call me before you. They say the Quran is preserved. They turn to be the Quran is messed up. The Quran is messed up. The Quran is not preserved.
It is preserved.
Okay, if it is preserved, who allowed the goat to eat the Quran? Isn't it everything by the will of Allah?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so why Allah he made the goat eat the verses? Explain to me.
Because he wanted to abrogate it in recitation.
He cannot tell that Muhammad he died, so now Allah he have no choices. He cannot resurrect Muhammad, so he decided to send his goat.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that I'm convinced. Really, I'm really convinced. So listen, like Allah, he was thinking how I'm going to abrogate this verse, but he want to abrogate it by recitation, but not by ruling. If there is something embarrassing in the recitation, I mean, why you abrogate the recitation? Keep it. As long you have to follow it. As long you have to you need to follow it. You should follow it. It says by recitation, not ruling. Yeah. So what the point of abrogating recitation? Imagine you have a law in USA and you want people to follow it, but you delete the law. So how people they can read the law? Why you delete it? If it's still
we get Sharia is made out of Sunnah and
what
Quran.
Sunnah, my friend? This is Quran. Which one is more important? Why you delete it? Is it necessarily or not? Obviously, this Quran is messed up. So here, the Muslim, they cannot find the verses. So say, all what we remember the ruling. So we follow the ruling, forget about the surah. That's the whole story. Right?
You're not saying anything.
Who is not saying anything? Me?
You, yeah, exactly. You're just ranting.
Oh, okay. Well, if this is what ranting is, exactly. I don't know. People, they speak to me and they leave Islam, you know. Okay, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance to prove me that you are not the person who rant and I am ranting, as you said. Give me a reason for you to be a Muslim.
Huh?
Give me a reason for you to be a Muslim. Is that because the goat ate your Quran? Why you are a Muslim?
Every living thing is made out of water.
That's bad, my friend, because the Quran says that shaitan is made of fire. Not only fire, it's made of a blazing fire. So how the shaitan is made, how everything is made of water, if the angels are made of light and shaitan is made of fire?
Those are spiritual.
What spiritual? The Quran says, my friend,
we can't see them. We can't touch them. We can't see
doesn't
them.
matter, doesn't matter. You said to me, everything in the Quran, everything is created from water. Is the light created from water?
What?
Is the light, is the light, isn't Allah is the light too?
It's not living.
Allah is not living?
What are you talking about?
Isn't Allah, isn't Allah a light?
He's nothing like anything created.
Okay, listen, the angels are made of light and they are living. Are they made of water?
No.
Okay, so how you quote for me the Quran saying وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ? We made it from the water every living thing. This is wrong, because according to your religion, not every living thing is made of water. As an example, angels, your God, and no, not spiritual. Listen, oh, here we go. You see, you got your God busted now again. Is the spirit made of water?
What?
Is the spirit made of water?
No.
Okay, so how the Quran says we made everything from water?
Because he made every living thing from water.
Yeah, well, here we go. The soul is the living thing. The soul itself is the life.
What?
Yeah, the soul itself is the life. Without soul, we don't have life.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? Okay, when your God Allah in the Quran, He decided to create Adam. Is it true that Allah He breathed from His spirit to give him life?
What are you talking about?
Adam. When Allah He created Adam, when Allah He created Adam.
Spirit, not soul. Not soul. Spirit.
Well, in Arabic, no. You see, in Arabic it says ruhahu, which is a soul. The same. Ruh. Ruh is Arabic. Ruh in Arabic means soul too.
What?
Ruh means soul.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Is it Jesus in the hadith called Ruhullah?
Ruh minhu.
Ruhullah, not Ruh minhu. This is Quran. I'm talking in the hadith. One of the title of Jesus is Ruhullah. Okay. Okay, I will go with you now. Remember, you just said that that means the spirit. Okay, I will go with you. So Jesus is the spirit of Allah. Explain that to me.
He's not.
What do you mean not?
The hadith is false.
This hadith is false. I see.
This is going against the Quran.
So you don't even know what hadith I'm talking about, and you decide it's false. Okay, can you tell me which book this hadith is located?
It's against the Quran. It's obviously
No, listen. You decide this hadith is false. Do you know what hadith I'm talking about?
You're telling me it.
What?
If it's going against the Quran, it's false.
And secondly, how this is against the Quran? Explain to me.
Because you're saying it's the spirit of Allah. The Quran says spirit from.
Spirit from Allah. Okay, so when read with me this and love. Read with me this. Read with me. It says here.
Where?
You see the Quran? It says Allah He breathed into Adam. What Allah He breathed into Adam?
Spirit from.
Where the spirit of Allah, spirit of Adam coming from? From the mouth of Allah?
No.
It says breathe. Where your God Allah breathed, He breathed from His nose? Where Allah breathed the soul, where Allah He breathed the soul to Adam, from where it's coming out? From Allah. What? Allah He breathed. Does it say Allah He breathed?
I don't know. Show me.
Chapter 15, verse number 29.
Okay, I'm searching it up.
Your voice changed now. Are you using voice changer? Like your software is not working. Yeah, he's out. This is the God they have. They say to us that he is he's God, you know, and then we find that Allah, he breathed. Okay. Well, but you refuse that God have a, you know, like we as a Christians, if we say Jesus, he breathed, okay, Jesus, he breathed. You also Allah, he breathed too? Where is the soul is coming from? From his mouth? From where? If not from his mouth, give me the location. From where Allah, he breathed? And in Arabic, actually, it says, from my spirit. Huh? So Allah have a spirit too. It says there in front of you, I breathe into him of my spirit. No, maybe by mistake he hit the keyboard and the voice changer not activated no more, and the sound change.
Yo, CP, why did you let me speak, actually? Well, I just want to say, I talked to that guy earlier. He claimed he's not Muslim, and I don't know, he said a lot of awful stuff, but
All
yeah,
right.
just, you know.
And you are...
That's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, if you, yeah.
Do we have any Muhammadan would like to go to heaven and Allah will give him an endless penis? This is the only thing actually stopping me from becoming a Muslim. I like everything about this religion, like, you know, except, you know, like the stupid things in the Quran and the stupid things in the Hadith, and being pedophile, and you know, like, but what scared the hell of me, to be honest with you, that Allah will make my penis endless. That is scary, man. I mean, I don't know if you watch Discovery Channel and you see those fish in the Amazon. So imagine this God, he made your penis endless, and then your fish, no, sorry, you're not, oh boy, I'm scared of it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to imagine it. Your penis, by mistake, go all the way to the Amazon River and take a dive. And those fish, they are like, did you see them in the movie? I mean, the guy just jumped in the water. They rip him apart. He became boneless. I mean, meatless. So the Quran, the Hadith, this is a true religion. Otherwise, if this is a God, not a true God, how he will make our penis in this? That alone is something unique. You can make it a, you know, internet cable, fiber optic. You can make a lot of money. Don't tell this to Trump. This guy is a businessman. He will make a contract with the Chinese renting your penis. Trust me. He will go right away to China. Hello, I have new shoes, and by the way, in the top of the shoes deal, we can give you an endless penis to connect your satellite to the galaxy. Any galaxy, it's endless. But we need to make an endless contract for such an endless penis. So this is the endless stupidity religion. And the second you ask them, like the other guy, we showed him, he's a prophet taking shower with dead dogs. Well, where it says washing, where it says this is a source of water, you know, in the beginning it was ridiculous. As soon as we show it to him that he's a prophet doing what is ridiculous, suddenly he need to explain, I'm taking it out of context, and the water is running all the time. I mean, it says there's dead dogs and we're blooded from period. Oh boy. Do we have any Muhammadan? Somebody saying CP is imitating the priest who molest boys. My friend, Jesus said, the one who hurt the little one is better for them to put a milestone in their neck and throw themselves in the deep ocean. I challenge you to show me where in the Quran it says there is a penalty for someone who molest a child or rape a child. In fact, the Quran encourages you to do that. Show me one verse in the Quran it says if somebody rape a boy, he will be killed or he will be punished. Are you there, Potato? You are not. You yourself, you are the boy who is molested. When your prophet, he start mogging and licking the face of Osama. He said, if Osama was a girl, I will dress her up until I married her off. And you are talking about little boys? Look who is talking. If we search right now of Imam, you see, in the media, they speak about a priest, he do that because it's disgusting, but the Western media don't talk about Muslim Imam molesting kids. Why? Because their prophet is the best of them. He is a molester. He is a pedophile. So if we go right now, I can show you tons of videos on YouTube. Rape, sexual harassment, you name it. This is a video about a Muslim Imam in Morocco. I'm not going to show the rest. There's tons of them. And if the best of you, Muhammad himself, is for us, we put them in jail. And mostly, if you go check in America, you will find that those who pedophile, when they go in jail, they will be, mostly they will be in dead. I just search in Google and look what you find in Google. Muazzin in the mosque, he is raping, they caught him raping 2 children in the mosque. Do you see it? All of this in your mosque. But you Muslims, you go blind. You claim that you never had those stories, right? All of those. Do you see it? This is your religion. I can keep going in Google, you know, it's endless. In the Quran, it says, in the chapter of divorce, speaking about divorcing little children, right? Divorcing little children. Do we have any Muhammadan? The ultimate fart is here again. Just get him out of here. We don't want this idiot. Filthy, trashy. His prophet is not being favored in the Quran when the whole Quran is about him. Any believing woman, she offer her vagina to the prophet so he can F her as a privilege only for him. Idiot. Look, even here, the verse, actually, we are not even looking for that. Look what this verse is saying. Those are messengers, we favor some upon some. And this Abdul, he says to me, nowhere it says that. Different verse in the Quran, Allah, he said the opposite. He said, we don't differentiate between the prophets. Do we have any Muhammadan? What happened to this guy Muhammad? We gave him a break. I have no proof. Why you don't call me Lotto? Why you don't join us, Lotto? And then we will see if we have a proof or not. What do you think? If you go right now to Google and you will find that #1 country in the world, search for sex with donkey, sex with horse, rape is Pakistan. They are the top dog searching for this in the world. If I type the word taharrush right now in YouTube, which means sexual harassment, I will find endless videos of Muslims sexually harassing women and men and children. Recorded by Muslims, posted by Muslims. Not only that, you can't even go to the Muslim mosque without losing your shoes. This is why Muslims, when they go inside the mosque, they have to take their shoe with them. Because the Muslim, they will steal the shoes of the Muslims. You go inside the mosque, brother. You put your shoes outside. And the good Muslims, they will come and steal your shoes. Which is very nice. I mean, what do you want more? This is why I remember once the guy, he want to go to the mosque. He's a father of, I was a kid, and the father, he keeps saying to his wife, where is my old shoes? I need to go to the mosque. What is my old shoes? And he keep asking for the old shoes. He said to his wife, she said, I don't know, where are they? Wait, I'm looking for them, you know. And I was saying, why he want to go and take old shoes, go into the mosque? I mean, you should dress the nice shoes now. But later I understood, you go to the mosque, you lose your shoes. Look at this, what this guy is doing. He's putting shoes one after one. What? And he go out now. He come back. Look. Yeah, like, you know, he's a good Muslim, you know. The white one is good. Oh boy. And one in his way to leave. And you will find tons of those. Just search in YouTube. Stealing shoes in the mosque. Just search for that. But I want to tell you a story which is funny. When I was a teenager in school, you know, we went out of the school and we saw all our teachers are going to the mosque together because there's a funeral of one of the teacher's mother or father. So those guys, they agree to go inside, and they took all the shoes of the teacher. They did not steal them. They took them and they throw them in the garbage. There's a garbage container, it's like 100 meters away. They took it all the shoes of the teachers, and they throw it on the container. And then we went and we watched from far distance when the teacher came out, and we were dying laughing. They are looking for, and they went, every one of them, they went with bare shoes. Let us teach you some education, like how you can make money. You know, you don't have money, inflation, you go to the mosque. Yeah, brother, yeah. Yeah, put your shoes there. Yeah, he is thinking. Okay. Okay, another guy is coming. Look, he's wearing mask, you know. He's looking for a new one. Like, which one is new? Oh, this one is good. Let us see another one. This one. This is old. He like white one. This guy, he's obsessed with white ones. Look, he's doing shopping. You know, this guy is doing shopping, literally. You know, for those who they are in Discord, let me post the link for you. He's still looking like, you know, he's not satisfied. I think there's no good brand there. Oh boy, you just lost your shoes, buddy. He's looking at the last one. He put his shoes there and he got in. Ah, this is a nice boot. Oh boy. This is a nice boot. This guy, he took it with him? No, he put it there in the top. Ah. And look, he keep bending over to take his shoes off, but his shoes is stuck with the glue. Subhanallah, subhanallah. And is it really, I mean, how stupid all those people, nobody noticed that this guy is stuck there? Oh boy, he did not see the new shoes of the guy, the last one who came, the blonde guy. Oh boy. Look, we have a guy in the chat, he is saying free Palestine. Okay, that's it. You say free Palestine, we are going to free it. Palestine now is free. It's in the hand of the Jews. This is the land of the Jews. And the name Palestine is given by the Roman. It's not even a local name. So you idiot, you accept the name of the Roman and you don't have even the local name of the land. Yet your stupid Quran says that this is the land of the Jews, chapter 5, verse number 21. Actually, I was thinking to go to Israel and do shopping for Hamas shoes. How many shoes are now in the street in Hamas? You know, this Netanyahu, he said that they killed more than 20,000 Hamas. What they did with their shoes, we want to know. We should investigate what the Israeli did with Hamas shoes. Those are Mujahideen shoes. They can run so fast. They can run in the tunnel. They are really, I mean, this is a trained, very trained running. Run from the Jews. They can go in the tunnel. They are so fast. Obviously, they are good for humidity. The tunnel is full of humidity and water. And, you know, I mean, return is not guaranteed, by the way. Oh, boy. Do we have any Mohammedan would like to join us? All right, maybe we have enough for today. You know, look like this Discord is good. We have a good time, you know, and more Muslims will come. And as you see, the second you ask them a question, They have no idea. Their prophet is a mentally ill person. You know, the guy he jumped with water have dead dogs. I mean, what kind of a person he would do that? There's no question that he is mentally ill. There's no question about it. All right. Yeah, I don't like the screen sharing option. You know, it's not really, I don't like it. All right, I think we have enough for today. We are here for 4 hours and a half. What do you think, guys? Isn't it enough for today? I think it's enough. So don't forget to subscribe in Patreon, sorry, in Rumble too, and yeah, in Patreon if you want, because in Patreon you can receive anytime I post. It's for free. You know, you do not need to make a donation. It's for free. Anytime, you know, we post something, you will receive notification. All right. And you know, every day we come live. You will see how the Muslims, they try their best to avoid the questions and avoid the embarrassment. The Muslim, he start questioning the first one about eternity. Do you know what eternity is? Do you know what eternal mean? His God is the time. Have you ever heard of God? He's the time. He is the time. Muhammad, he said, don't curse the time, for Allah is the time. This man Muhammad is very confused about who is God, you know, who is his God. He is the same God of the pagan. He have 3 daughters. He is the time, and he have no spirit. But he say he created Adam from his spirit. Very weirdo, very awkward. All right. Well, next time we go live, guys. Tell your friends, tell the Muslims, anyone you know. I cannot tell your friends, I mean the Muslim, because as you know, the Muslims don't believe that they can take Christians and Jews as a friends. Be aware of that. Chapter 5, verse 51. So if there is somebody who is a Muslim, he says to you, I am your friend, you have to be very careful, because the Quran says it clearly. A Muslim, he cannot take you as a friend. He cannot. So if he swear by God, if he etc., he said this is wrong interpretation, this is false. The Quran is so clear, and there's tons of videos in YouTube by Muslims saying clearly we cannot take them as a friends. However, you need to know that Muslims, when they speak about their religion in English, is not the same when they speak about their religion in Arabic. In English, Islam is a sell-out. They try to sell you Islam. Islam is peace, Islam is beautiful, Islam is nice. But when they go inside the mosque, Muslims to Muslims only, you will see there's a different accent, different topic, different title, different words. There's many journalists in the UK. They did investigation. They go inside the mosque as a Muslim, and they have a hidden camera. You can watch their documentary, and you can see what they teach inside the mosque. But if you do with the same people public interview, they will say Islam is peace. The Prophet, he says, be good to everybody. We cannot go and fight the people unless they fight us. But inside the mosque, the story is totally different. Why? Because simply, this is a religion of the devil. They have many faces. A face in front of each other, a face with the Hindu, a face with the Christian, a face with the atheist, depend when they are. If they are the majority, they will say, yes, Islam says kill you. What you can do about it? You shut up your mouth. When they are the minority, no, Islam is peace, Islam is beautiful. If you don't believe me, go and see how the Muslims, they treat non-Muslims in their land when they are the majority. Go check out what they do to the Christians in Pakistan, what they do to the Christians in India, what they do to the Christians in Iraq, in the Middle East. Go check it out. If Islam is peace, or in Nigeria, every day we hear about how many Christian girls kidnapped, attacking churches. And by the way, here I want to mention something. If somebody in America, he, you know, he's an actor, he farted in the highway, he have a flat tire in the highway, all those TV stations of the left, CNN, they speak about it. A guy is a basketball player, the police, they stop him and they check him for drinking. The news is all over about it, but hundreds of African Nigerians dying every day or every week, we don't hear about it. Do you know why? Because those are poor people. They don't have behind them Qatar. The money of Qatar is moving millions in America. They are in charge of universities. They are in charge of every organization for schools because they send them money. Do you think those Free for Palestine movement is for free? It costs a lot of money. If you calculate how many, those flags and those signs, this is cost a lot of money, plus the time, plus the transportation. Who's paying for this? All is coming from Qatar. But those poor in Africa, you see South Africa? South Africa, they claim that they are African, black African government. Every day they are fighting, like just yesterday, they filed a war crime against Israel. But they don't see the crimes against the black Christians in Africa. Did you notice? They are worried about so-called Hamas who have, they say to you Hamas is a refugee. Did you see the villas they have? Did you see how high the buildings they have? This is a refugee? Is that how the house of a refugee? Muslims have war everywhere. Saudi Arabia, Emirates, they have a long war against Yemen. How come South Africa did not go and speak about Yemen? They will not. They are paid by Qatar. There's a huge connection, finance connection between South Africa and Qatar. And I'm so glad I heard the news that the Christians in South Africa, I think today it happened maybe, because it is the weekend, tens of thousands of Christians in South Africa, they go out protest in the street to support Israel. When you are poor, nobody cares for you. When you have the money, the billions of Qatar, the filthy Qatar, the head of the snake is Qatar. You see, they keep talking about Hamas, Hamas. It is Qatar. Israel should not really think about war with Hezbollah. They should think about war with Qatar, because this is where all the money, all the poison is coming from. All the terrorists in the world, they will not stop doing what they are doing as long the money of Qatar keep coming. And the Israelis are fooling themselves when they keep talking about everybody except where the money is coming from. The money of Iran and the money of Qatar is the big resource for terrorists. Take it away, there's no terrorist. Terrorists need funding, terrorists need money. Terrorists, they don't work for free. In fact, they are sex and money motivated. Take those two from them. If you take the first one, the second one is gone. So instead of fighting Hamas, you should start with putting sanctions on Qatar. Or do what you need to do with Qatar. This is the head of the snake. Even Erdogan, he will be collapsing if no Qatar. His economy is so crazy, stupid. So I want to say thank you all for being here. And today we have a good, very good time with this Discord. I'm learning how to use it. So, you know, have patience with me. You know, we just learned today how to use this stage thing, etc. But now I don't know how to close it, how we can close it. So I should leave and that's it. I think, I don't know. But anyway, as long as nobody can talk, okay, whatever. So I want to say thank you guys for being here. I will close my Discord. Bless you. And may the Lord keep you in good hand and safe. And I hope you learned and we share with you reference. and we invite all Muslims to try their best next time and every time, so they might convince us that Islam is from God. And for me, it's time for me to take a shower with dead dogs and women blood from period and stinky garbage, because the water is always pure and nothing make it impure. And this is why I'm going to use the same water I took shower with it from a week ago. I mean, a week last year, because, you know, as a Middle Eastern, we take shower once, like annual shower. So I save the shower because I care for global warming. We don't want to make the water dirty. And the water, as long as it's always pure, nothing make it impure. So we can keep the same. You know, guys, I have an idea. Honestly, just think about it. What if, let's say, you have 7 children, your husband and you. Huh? I'm very good in mathematics. That making 20. 20. 7 children, the wife, the husband, total 20. Okay, Quranic mathematics. And then one after one, all of you, you take shower with the same water in the bathtub. Never use the faucet. And then you keep this water for, let us say, you don't take a shower every week. Come on, that's disgusting. You know why you want to do that? Huh? So let us say you want to take a shower after 3 weeks, 7 weeks, I don't know. You use the same exact water. Do you know how much money you save and how much you save global warming? The earth is collapsing, my friend. So we will not even use a shampoo because the same shampoo will be there, right? So I think it's a good idea. And we can talk to Joe Biden. Just tell him Prophet Muhammad, he used to do that. He will adopt the idea. He will send it to the Congress. The liberal Congress will agree, you know, and they will make it like shower police policy upon him. All liberals, the liberals, you know, they crazy. They don't take a shower, hippie. And, you know, that's it. We will save the universe and no more global warming, you know. And the other idea, actually, I was thinking about, we should not eat cows no more. Because cows, they fart a lot. According to scientific study, what her name, this congresswoman from Puerto Rico, I forgot her name. You know, she looked like coming from the moon. I don't know. Anyway, so she wants us to stop eating cows. So what we will eat? Beans. I think beans will make a big solution, because now the cows will not fart, but we will fart non-stop. Unbelievable. So I mean, those liberals is beyond stupidity, you know, and they don't want, you know, they don't want to fuel no more. But why you fly? How you go vacation? And you ask them, what is your vacation? They say in Hawaii. Where you go? To Puerto Rico. So what you took? You took the ship or you took the airplane? Either way, you have to use a fuel. But they are against fuel. Man, Abdul, those are very, 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 very smart people. Anyway, so I'm going to take a shower, and I will remember you when, what is that, a picture of, you know, God pray to Allah? That's amazing. That's a good one. All right. I yawned by accident and shaitan got in my fam. That's not a big deal. I will tell you what to do now. You say Bismillahi wa bihamdihi 100 times. Allah forgive all your sin, including fornication. Bismillahi wa bihamdihi 100 times. Don't ask me what does that mean. That's it. Allah, he said in Arabic. You have to say it in Arabic. If you say it in English, all your sin is not forgiven. You say it in Arabic, that's it. All the sin is forgiven. You know? Yeah. And people, they keep posting for me Zakir Naik in the chat. All right, okay. You guys post stupid, crazy pictures. Oh boy. All right, behave yourself, people. You know, let us not to post those pictures here. No need for those pictures. All right. Anyway, guys, I want to say thank you for being here. I'm leaving Discord. I don't know, admin, how you can close it. I don't know if you can close it or not, but I'm out. Thank you very much. God bless you. And thank you, people in Ramble. God is good. And time for the annual shower in Islamic way. Takbir. God is good. So is Jesus. Amen to that. See ya. Bye-bye.